Good morning, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Mr. King, Ms. Spengler, and Ms. Nelson, and the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Ms. Stitch McGuire, and Mr. Edson. We are set today for the final sentencing hearing. Before we start, let me just remind everyone in the gallery that this is a public proceeding, and I want everyone to feel welcome and comfortable here. That is very important to me. As I have mentioned before, this is your justice system. You have every right to be here. Some of you in the courtroom are victims. You have a constitutional right to be here and to speak at this hearing. However, I ask that you please observe courtroom decorum. I'm sensitive to the fact that this case may evoke powerful emotions. I fully understand that. I have not prohibited emotional reactions. To the contrary, I have recognized that most visible emotional reactions are inevitable and are appropriate. What I ask is that you follow the following rules. Number one, please address all of your comments to me. You cannot direct your comments to the defendant or to anyone else. Number two, please make sure that your comments are professional. You cannot swear or use improper language in the courtroom. Number three, if you read something, please read it slowly so that my court reporter can take it down. There's a tendency sometimes when we read things to go faster, and that makes it difficult on the court reporter to take down what's being said, what's being read. Ms. Martin needs to be able to take down everything that is said, and so please, if you're reading something, just be mindful of that. Number four, please wait for your turn to speak. You cannot speak or make comments from the gallery. And number five, please start your comments by stating your name and spelling your name. So if you would please tell me who you are and then spell your name, I would appreciate that. With one exception, by someone who is not involved in this case, there have been no issues from anyone in the gallery throughout these proceedings. I thank you for that, and I ask that you please continue to conduct yourselves in the same fashion. Please remember that it is my duty and responsibility to defend and uphold the authority and dignity of the court. All right, with that, let's get started. The way I would like to proceed is to have the prosecution go first, and I'll leave it to counsel whether you want to make statements before you allow some victims to testify or after they speak to the court, or both. You can do it so that you make some comments beforehand and some comments after they have had a chance to speak. Then we'll move to the defense, and we'll proceed in a similar fashion. I'll give you a chance to speak if you want before you have anyone address the court on the defendant's behalf. And also, if you want to do that after the comments are made, I'll let you have that option. Or if you just want to address the court either before or after comments from people who want to address the court on the defendant's behalf, you can proceed in that fashion as well. Okay? Is there anything preliminarily that we need to discuss before we start? Mr. Brockler?
We are going to be certain presenting the statements that we prepared. Separate argument from each side. Build that into that.
I think you can build it into your presentation, and if I have any questions, I can ask you questions.
And so the argument for appropriate ultimate sentence.
Yes. Yes. Is that okay with you, Mr. King?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach on a couple of very brief issues?
Yes. All right, and just a reminder, if council would please use the microphone when you speak, so that way people in the overflow rooms and people following the proceedings through the broadcast can hear what you're saying. That would be great. Okay, Mr. Brockler, are the people ready to proceed at this time?
Sure we are.
Okay. Would you like to make some comments before you ask some of the victims to address the court?
Your Honor, I'd like to make whatever argument and comments I'm going to make at the conclusion of all the statements that the victims will make.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, and I understand that there are a lot of victims who wish to address the court. I have not placed any limits on the number of people who address the court, nor have I placed any limits on the amount of time that each person takes. So, Ms. Teach McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Christian Cowden.
Good morning,
Good morning.
how are you?
Doing okay, thank you.
All right, could you tell me your name, please, and spell your first and last names?
Christian, Kristian. Cowden, Cowden. Start.
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Christian Cowden. I'm the eldest daughter of Gordon Ware Cowden, one of 12 victims slain in the Aurora movie theater shooting. The following victim impact statement is a testament to the gross inadequacy of words, as there is no human language that can convey the pain that I have witnessed seize a hold of my family, or the pain that I have personally experienced and continue to experience every day of my life as a result of the pointless tragedy that is homicide. Over the last 3 years since my father was murdered, I have learned a lot of unsolicited information about the depths of anguish and the nature of grief, such as that there are many layers of grief, transient yet categorical. The first layer is that of a wholly selfish grief for my own loss, pain that comes from the inability to talk to my dad, confide in him, laugh at his jokes, ask for his advice, or sit and talk with him about life like we used to do. The pain of knowing that our friendship cannot continue to develop as I move into adulthood, that he won't see me finish my Peace Corps service, and he won't be there to walk me down the aisle. Then there is the grief I grieve for my family, for the pain that they feel though I'm not capable of fully perceiving it, and for the damage the loss of my father has done to our family. I can only imagine the suffering of my loved ones and feel the desperation and grief of knowing that there is nothing I can do to alleviate that suffering. It is the secondhand but equally devastating pain that I felt when I saw my 16-year-old sister leave a box of my dad's favorite ballpoint pens at the foot of a white cross, when I watched my grandfather bend down weeping over the grave of his youngest son. The same suffering I feel when I think of how my sister preserves the smell of my dad's favorite t-shirt, tightly rolled in a plastic bag. I grieve for the terror that my sisters experienced that horrible night of the shooting, for the nightmares and the fear. I grieve for and rave against the cruel sense of guilt experienced by two young people who wish that they could trade their lives for the life of a beloved father. Then there's the grief of knowing that 11 other sets of loved ones are experiencing a similar, equally profound heartbreak as that of myself and my family. It is a pain I first felt seize me when I found myself at a gathering of dazed victims' families in the library of Gateway High School about 14 hours after the shooting. A man I had never seen before in my life shakily stood and said that he couldn't bear to think of his little girl lying on a dirty movie theater floor. When I heard his voice breaking, so did my heart. for him and for everyone else gathered in that room. I cannot fully comprehend the experience of those who lost their children, partners, siblings, but I am grief and horror-stricken at those unfathomable losses. In my experience, the most haunting pain I feel is the grief I have for the now voiceless dead. I have grieved for my dad, for his absence from the world. I am disturbed by the repetitive realization that my dad is no longer sitting at his desk in the front room, listening to music and working on his computer, cheerfully taking clothes out of the dryer, browsing among books at the library, or sitting and pensively smoking a cigar on a lawn chair in the backyard as night begins to fall. I have grieved for the cruelly stolen time that he could have lived. I still can't believe that he couldn't be there to see his two youngest daughters graduate from high school, or to mourn the death of his Alzheimer's-stricken mother. I still don't want to believe that he won't be there in the future to hold his grandchildren in his arms, to support his family through the thick and thin of life, or to simply continue living and enjoying each day into old age. Every time I think of my dad, of my family, of the other victims, or of my own fatherless self, I am flooded anew with these dark tides of incomprehension. I cannot describe to you the innumerable hours that I have wept, or the horror and heartbreak that seize me each time I think of how I will never get to see my dad again. Not even to hug him one last time and tell him how much I will always love him, how much he will be missed but never forgotten. I wonder at the man who killed my father and 11 other innocent, unsuspecting people. It baffles and sickens me to think that this one man could so quickly, efficiently, and pointlessly create this profound absence and indescribable pain for so many people. On the other hand, this capacity of a single man, thank you, excuse me. On the other hand, this capacity of a single man to inflict so much irreversible damage is ironic because, him being only one man, there is no way for him to experience or comprehend the abysmal depths or the breadth of the agony he has caused. We each know and connect with our own sentient reality, but because we lack the ability to inhabit someone else's self-aware mind, we must make an effort to recognize how equally real and profound the lives of our fellow human beings really are. I wonder at Holmes if he had forgotten about or simply rejected this realness that is the lives of others. I wonder if, in the planning and execution of this grotesque violence, he chose not to conceive of his victims as self-aware beings who had histories and loved ones and hopes and fears, just as he does. These last 3 years since my dad was murdered, I've wondered time and again what could have happened had I had the opportunity to intercede before Holmes committed such a horrendous crime. I would have thrown my arms around him and begged him to listen to me. I would have told him about Gordon Cowden, a man who I had loved my whole life, the best man I have ever known, and a wonderful father, friend, hero, teacher, and inspiration to each of his 4 kids. I would have told him about my dad, the storyteller, the man who loved to read and go grocery shopping and to make people laugh. I would have told him about the games my dad played with us while we were growing up, and about how often our family went for walks together in the park, about how if a song he enjoyed came on the radio as we were driving home, my dad would sit in the driveway, to listen to the end of the song before getting out of the car. I would have told him about the kind of loving, attentive father my dad was, and about how he told me once that after he died, he wanted simply to be remembered as a good man. I would have made him see just how accurate yet inadequate the word good is to describe my dad. I would have told Holmes about how much my siblings and I loved and treasured him. How lucky we were to have him. And about how my dad was likewise a beloved son and father and brother, I mean to say that I wish that before he had committed this unforgivable crime, I could have made Holmes see how real my dad was. Gordon Cowden, a dedicated and loving father, a happy, healthy, vibrant man who valued his life, who took pleasure in and appreciated the small things. A man who gave kindness and consideration to other human beings and still had so much life left to live. The real man with real children and real siblings and real parents and real friends, all of whom loved him and still love him, and whom have felt and will forever feel his loss as an empty, unfillable space where reality recedes into memory and leaves a pain so profound the actuality of it can hardly be conveyed. On the back of my dad's tombstone, we inscribed the phrase, "You loved us into being." My sister came up with the idea from the quote by Fred Rogers. All of us have special ones who loved us into being. I knew and loved my dad my whole life. And his love molded my reality. There is nothing I can say or do to make Holmes or anyone else comprehend the suffering that I, my family, or the other victims' families have experienced. I think it is often difficult for the judicial system to fully acknowledge dead victims because while the perpetrator's life is imminently real by its living, thinking presence, the realities of victims that no longer exist in the present are diminished. And the only testament to their existence is the anguish experienced by those they love. This grief in its many layers, though heavily felt by the sufferer, is merely an abstract noun that cannot be adequately represented in a courtroom. My hope is that anyone listening to this or reading it in the future will remember that my father was a real man. Even though he is no longer alive to bear witness to this reality, and even though my words cannot do him justice, I can testify that he was a real man with a real complex, beautiful life, because his love and presence in my life made me the woman I am today. Thank you.
Ms. Cowden, thank you. Ms. Stitch McGuire?
Brooke Cowden.
Good morning.
Hi.
Tell me your name, please.
Name is Brooke Channing Cowden. Brooke Cowden, Cowden.
You may proceed.
And I'm Gordon Cowden's daughter. My words are inadequate to document and map out descent into pitch black perennial midnight. There is nothing to say to answer senselessness. I subjected him to the death that should have been mine. I wasn't supposed to survive and am not supposed to be alive to have an experience and reaction to describe. The most valuable words I have are those regarding Count 4, but it hurts to acknowledge that he is gone. It hurts to remember what I'm forgetting, and the defendant doesn't have the right to witness the life he slaughtered. And Count 4 was reduced to and decided a death rather than a life based on the rules of court anyway. I could elaborate on drowning in pain and sadness, temptation to inhale and succumb to the dark around me, about debilitating anxiety, seething anger, unanswerable confusion, loss of trust and basic sense of safe, infinite what-ifs, insufficient efforts to protect others from the firestorm in my head and therefore from the defendant, becoming lost to myself and not believing in my personhood, abandoning my dad, desolation, aloneness, guilt, fault, selfishness, blame, responsibility, accountability, and consequences. But my survival is burden enough to endure. Torrents of my pain and reaction have dissolved relationships, so I'll outwardly adhere to and speak emotional silence and facades. Thank you to those who responded to manslaughter in a black box, and to the individuals who have offered relief and quiet company. When I try to relay my thanks to Lisa, she rebuttals that she thanks us and we shouldn't have to thank her, that she's sorry for the circumstances to begin with. But lives were stolen and the wreckage is definite. The compassion, strength, understanding, inexhaustibly supplied to us have eased even if just slightly the situation. Always with thanks to the first responders, victim advocates, individuals who let us borrow phones, those who assuaged a complete aloneness, a community that demonstrates resilience and support, Lisa, court staff and volunteers, the prosecution team, mental health professionals, puppy handlers and therapy dogs, the human being who knows and unconditionally accepts, hopes and fights for me, and each of the 24 jurors who, in my opinion, should be provided mental health counseling by the court.
All right, thank you. Just a reminder to slow down when you're reading. I know that it's difficult, but do your best to slow down when you're reading statements, please. All right, Ms. Stitch McGuire, call the next person.
Your Honor, if I could, there have been a number of victims who have provided written statements, but they've asked that those written statements be given voice. And so, from time to time, the court will notice in between victims themselves, members of the prosecution team, as I am doing here, will stand before you and read those statements.
Okay, you may proceed.
This is a statement related to Jessica Gowie, who he murdered by shooting her in the head with a rifle, the court may recall. My name is Benjamin Gowie. Homicide victim Jessica Gowie is my sister. I'm Jessica's brother. I'm 15 years old. Ever since that terrible day, I've always been different and have never recovered from this tragedy. I always think about her each and every day and think to myself, quote, how can there be so much evil, pain, and hatred, end quote. Jessica had a hard time struggling to find a path that she wanted to go down in life, but then she had it all together. She wanted to be a news sportscaster. This is what she wanted more than ever, and she put a lot of time, work, and effort into this career that she was pursuing. Soon she was on television, interviewing and talking to people. One of my favorite moments was when she was on the ice skating rink, interviewing a hockey player, because she was in high heels and was unaware that she would slip and fall on her butt many times. Every time I see this video, I just feel sad. But every time I hear her laugh and see that smile on her face, it just makes me feel better. It seemed like she had everything together, but then it went downhill from there on that night in July. The next morning was probably one of the worst mornings of my life. Even though I'm not a morning person and I hate the morning, this is one I would never forget. As soon as my parents told me what had happened, it seemed like life stopped at that very moment. I then felt something snap inside of me. I just ran into my room. Forgive me. Falling onto my knees, crying out in prayer, asking God to listen to my tears and wails of sorrow and depression, hoping that she was still alive. I stayed in that room for hours, praying, crying, yelling, waiting until news came to us that she was still alive, but then later the phone rang. And I ran as fast as my legs could carry me. I listened intently to my parents talk to the person on the phone. As soon as I saw that it was all over, I had the worst temper tantrum I've ever had in my life. As days went by, all our friends, neighbors, and family came over and supported us in every way they could. Days turned into months, and months turned into years. And during that time frame, I've always been asked the question, quote, how could this be God's plan? Why did he take my sister away? End quote. She had a bright future ahead of her, but all that came to an end. Over the course of the years, I've been thinking and praying. One day I was reading in my Bible about the story of when Christ was on the cross. One part stuck out to me, and that was when he said these words, quote, forgive them. During this time of pain and suffering, he still forgave the Roman soldiers who were trying to kill him. And I thought, I am like Christ in a time of my pain and suffering. But he still forgave the people who did the acts of evil, and I thought maybe I should forgive the man who killed Jessica. The Bible even says, quote, love your neighbor as you love yourself, end quote. So ever since I saw this in the Bible, I forgave the man who did wrong. Not only does this make me feel better, but also the simple things in life, like the apple tree in our front yard. Every time I eat one of the apples, it reminds me of how sweet she was. Another example is when I go to Six Flags and ride on the roller coasters, because it reminds me of Jessica. She loved them and had no fear. Even though she's gone, I know she's in a better place in heaven with Jesus. So that's why I love to look up at the sky and just think of her. But of all these things I have taken into consideration, the best thing is to have faith, hope, and most importantly, love. Benjamin Gowie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruckler. Ms. Stitch McGuire?
Thank you. Commander Mike Daly.
Good morning, sir.
Michael Daly, D-A-I-L-E-Y. I'd like to thank Your Honor and the District Attorney's Office for this opportunity to address the court. I'm speaking on behalf of all of the members of the Aurora Police Department, civilian and sworn. First, I'd like to say we continue to grieve and support the families of the 12 murder victims, as well as all of those who were injured or impacted and survived the attack. I'm a commander with the Aurora Police Department, but on the night of July 19th into the 20th, I was a lieutenant in charge of the department's SWAT team. I was on duty leading the department's summer task force. When the attack at the theater began, I became a first responder to the theater along with my brothers and sisters. One of those other officers was my own wife. We realized that nothing our officers experienced that night can compare to the pain and devastation still being experienced by the victims of the attack. So the following statements are in no way intended to diminish their suffering. Sorry.
That's okay.
Honoring the court's order, the police department has remained silent on a response to the attack, as well as its aftermath. But finally, I'm able to tell the world that the officers who responded that night have also suffered because of this attack. Much like combat, the officers who arrived first at the theater were placed in the chaotic scene of people running for their lives, others wounded, screaming for help, and finally encountering the dead. All of this while receiving conflicting reports about suspects and locations. Our officers had to improvise. We were not only hunting for the suspect, but we realized we had to deal with the wounded and dying people. In an unprecedented move, officers transported victims to the hospitals in a life-saving effort. As the situation unfolded and information became clear about the attacker, officers then worried about secondary devices and booby traps in and around the theater. Information gathered revealed that the suspect had booby-trapped his own apartment. Now the police department was dealing with two different crime scenes. One already experienced death and injury. The other held the potential for further devastation. In the following hours and days, the rest of the department became involved. In one way or another, in the investigation, officers were placed on 12-hour shifts, detectives worked continuously interviewing witnesses, and our own victims' advocates undertook the enormous job of assisting all of the victims from the very beginning. I want to paint this picture because, to say the least, our first responders were subjected to nothing less than the trauma of war. The images of that night are still haunting. For the investigators, the officers, and the victims' advocates, and the civilian staff, the continued exposure to the sorrow and victimization of the families has had its toll also. Members of our department suffer from a number of problems: depression, alcohol abuse. We have marital problems going on, and mental and physical health problems, all attributed to this event. Our officers and staff continue to receive counseling for an event that is forever seared into the memory of many of us. We know from prior events such as this that we will continue to see effects of this event for years to come. We are anticipating further and ongoing issues in the department, including the possibility of suicide by our own officers. I can't drive by the theater without hearing the fire alarms going off or smelling the tear gas. I still have images of hurt and wounded people leaving the theater, hundreds more in the parking lot in shock. I knew that my wife had also responded to the call. It would take me over an hour to confirm she was okay. I would later learn she drove some of the victims out in her patrol car twice. When we finally were relieved at 10 o'clock in the morning, I drove us home. We're both still in shock. I then took her gear out of my car and washed the blood out of her gear bag, her jacket, and her hat. Blood from the victims who were rushed in her car to the hospitals. I share this because I know we're not the only ones who experience this. Your Honor, I could continue all day with stories of silent suffering from our department, but I think the court knows there's no way to accurately describe the devastating effect this crime has had on the Aurora Police Department. On a personal note, I've thought about the fact several times that my team of officers was working in the area of the suspect's apartment when the attack began. Had his plan developed as he had hoped, I know that many of my officers, and possibly myself, would have been killed in that explosion that he envisioned. So for the officers and the firefighters, I thank God that plan did not come to fruition. I believe the only regret this murderer has is being caught. He shows no compassion for the victims or the families. I believe he thought he had created the perfect plan. He didn't count on the brave men and women of the Aurora Police Department responding so quickly to end his terrorist plot. In my eyes, he's nothing more than a monster who needs to be banished from sight forever, to be forgotten, to live a life in solitary. I hope he knows every minute that he's hated. He needs to know that when he finally leaves this earth, no one will care. I hope that every day is painful for him. I hope that prison is not kind to him. Yes, Your Honor, there's other things I hope, but you would find them improper here. When I walk out of this courtroom, I will continue to remember the victims and their families. They will always be a part of me for the rest of my life, as will my brothers and sisters in blue. As for the monster, I hope prison gives him his just rewards. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Commander. Ms. Stitch McGuire?
Megan Sullivan.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Megan Sullivan, Megan, Sullan, Sullivan. Your Honor, in the interest of the court, I want to briefly state the effects that James Holmes' criminal actions had upon me. My name is Megan Sullivan, or Megan Sullivan Jenks, since I recently got married. And I'm standing before you to share how the murder of my brother, Alex Sullivan, has greatly affected my family and I. Alex believed that life needed to be lived and every experience had to be made the most of. He enjoyed every moment of every day. And as my brother, he was my first best friend. He was there to guide me through life's difficult experiences, as well as make me laugh when I got too serious. Life without my brother is not what it's supposed to be. Since I was a child, Alex was with me to celebrate the best moments of our life. But Alex was not there at my wedding to dance with me to celebrate. We will never have a proper family St. Patrick's Day or Christmas ever again. I will never have nieces and nephews that belong to Alex. And most of all, with the loss of my brother, I've become an only child. And I am the last of the Sullivans when I was never supposed to be. The loss of Alex can be felt every day for my family and I. Navigating a new family dynamic has never been more difficult. Before, we knew our roles and what we played, and now I am given more responsibility than I ever was supposed to. I grieve for when Alex is not here, but I mostly grieve for when he was supposed to be here. When it comes time to take care of my parents as they get old, that responsibility is in my hands, as opposed to sharing it with my brother, as it was supposed to be. Since the death of Alex, I find myself wondering about the last moments of Alex's life. The constant barrage of what-ifs in my head is unbearable. My heart aches knowing that he had no warning and no time to prepare and was unable to say goodbye. With the loss, with the trial, it has made Alex's loss more real. Like sitting in the courtroom and looking at photos of Alex's dead body, trying to make sense of things that were being said. I find myself going over every aspect of Alex's death. and how my life has been affected, and often at night I can't sleep. Grief, anger, confusion, sadness, anxiety, loss of friendships, all of these are aspects of surviving the senseless death of my brother. It impacts my ability to sleep, feel comfortable in social situations. It doesn't matter where I go, but I can feel the unbearable loss of my brother. And there are very few people that understand and accept what has happened to me. There's no replacement for my brother, and no amount of justice will make up for the loss of him. Every July 20th, I will not only celebrate the life of my brother, as it was his birthday, but I will also mourn the loss of him. My life will forever be changed because my brother was murdered. Alex Matthew Sullivan is my brother, a son, a husband, a friend, a comic book fanatic. He was a very loving person that gave the best hugs. His future was stolen from him. He will have no more birthdays, and he will always be 27 to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Orman?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to read a statement by Andrew Price, the brother-in-law of John Larimer, who requested that this be read in court. John T. Larimer was my little brother-in-law. However, he didn't accept me just as an in-law, but accepted me as a true brother when I started dating my wife, Anne, over 17 years ago. I was fortunate enough to have someone so amazing like John as part of my life and family. No one could ask for a better brother, friend, and family member. One unforgettable trait John had was his ability to recall random trivia knowledge. He truly was an encyclopedia of random knowledge. He would hang out with his siblings, Noelle, Beth, Ann, and Nora, as well as his parents, Kathy and Scott, while playing Trivial Pursuit. He was so smart and witty that they would give him a couple of handicaps to even out the game. First would be everyone against him, just him. Second would be requiring him to fulfill 2 entire pies. And lastly, to have me on his team to slow him down. John truly was my sail and I his anchor in life until the worst day occurred that has now scarred me forever and will always haunt me. July 20th, 2012. I can replay that entire day as a broken record clip in my head like it was yesterday. I was listening to the radio in my car, and the news poured in describing a mass shooting at a midnight showing of The Dark Knight Rises in Colorado. I was shocked and appalled that someone would do such a horrible thing. A little later, Ann called me indicating John was at the showing and no one could get a hold of him or knew where he was. I started panicking and told myself that it wasn't possible that John was at the theater. I kept saying to myself that John was at work and okay. Every time I processed a different scenario of why John wasn't answering anyone, it came back with the same conclusion that John had to have been in the theater and was one of the 12 killed. It made me sick to my stomach and completely lost that I was never going to see John again. All I could do was search for some glimmer of hope that he wasn't in the theater and that I hadn't lost my little brother. The time came when we found out that John was in fact murdered. That night, I did hold my wife and daughter as tight as possible and console the rest of my family as best I could. I watched my life being flipped inside out, and that I would need to be as strong as ever to get through this horrific tragedy caused by the defendant. I had to watch my parents bury their son, my wife and her siblings bury their little daughter. These moments of grief will forever haunt me. Since losing John, there has been a void inside me that will never go away. That night, my sail was ripped from me. I was lost and resorted to internalizing all my emotions to the point where the daily quality of life deteriorated. It took me over a year to finally seek help, the help of a therapist to assist in repairing my life that was filled with anger, depression, and anxiety after losing John. Every day, I have to stay focused, keeping my mind busy and constantly distracted. Otherwise, my thoughts wander back to the horrific details and images of the defendant killing my little brother John, 11 others, and injuring countless more. I didn't sleep much at all a couple of months immediately following the loss of John. I am still unable to get quality sleep and frequently wake up during the night thinking of John and how I'm not able to talk to John again or replay the horrific details of what the defendant did to John and everyone else. The defendant murdered many innocent lives and attempted to murder so many more, but for some reason his life was spared. And now he still has the right to life. He still has the right to visitations from his family and friends. John was murdered because of the defendant, and now I don't have the right to see or talk to John ever again. I won't ever have my normal life back again, and I have to live with this so-called pseudo-norm life because of the defendant. The defendant's crimes warranted the maximum sentencing, the death penalty, because of killing 12, injuring 70 plus, and attempting to murder even more wasn't sufficient. What would it really take? However, the defendant's life was spared for some reason, and now the court should provide the next maximum sentencing. The defendant's attempt to murder as many people as possible justifies the sentencing to include the maximum number of years as possible in prison. Providing the maximum number of years possible in prison would be the next best thing in providing justice for me and my little brother John. That's the end of the statement, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stitch McGuire?
Bill Hoover.
Mr. Hoover, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is William Hoover, William Hoover. I'd like to thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to say a few words in honor of my grandson. My name, I go by Bill Hoover, and I am AJ's grandfather. I'll make this as short as possible. Nothing I or anyone can say can ever replace him in this family or in this world. He is the spark that holds this family together and is still with us in our hearts. During his brief life on this earth, I tried my best to act as a sort of surrogate father to him. Any job, no matter how small or large, I'd ask him to help me with it, whether it be mowing the lawn, painting the deck, installing backsplash in the kitchen sink, helping me with my computer, and Lord knows I need all the help there I can get, or just sitting down and talking. I no longer have the chance to indulge in that honor. He even started me listening to classical music when driving. He said it will keep me calm, and it worked. We'll get by without him in our midst, but nothing will ever be the same, nor do we expect it to be. We will survive, as we're all survivors. But all we have to hope for now is that one day, not too soon, we'll be able to join him and his grandmother. I personally would like to continue my life on this earth without ever hearing the name of that person ever again. If there was some way to erase it completely from my memory and from history, I would. And if that statement offends anyone, I'm sorry, but I'm not very politically correct. Finally, I'd like to offer my and my family's sincere thanks to the court, to the prosecution, and especially the jury, even though I disagree with their final decision, for their hard, diligent work on a task that is difficult beyond comprehension. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover.
Teresa Hoover.
Good morning.
Good morning. Teresa Hoover, Teresa Hoover. My life has been changed forever. My eldest son's life has been changed forever. My entire family has been affected tremendously. From me to my 3 brothers and 1 sister, AJ's 16 cousins, and numerous other family members throughout the country, not just Colorado, we have all been devastated by this. We are a large and very close family, and none of us will ever be the same. AJ was a young man on the brink of the rest of his life. He had found the love of his life, decided what he wanted to do with his life, and was due to go to orientation for college at the Rocky Mountain College of Art and Design on July 21st, 2012. He was to start in August, so he literally had the rest of his life to look forward to. He was going to be a ceramics teacher, wanted to own his own studio, wanted to get married, and many other dreams like young men his age. I have always been the single mother of 2 sons. I can't think of one of my sons without thinking about the other. Each day I start over remembering that AJ is never going to be a teacher, a father, a brother, a godfather to his cousin again. I will never be able to see him reach his goals. I will never hold his child. I will never be a grandmother to his children. He is not there to make me smile and laugh each day like he did growing up. I continue to go to counseling to help with this struggle. I fight being depressed and lost continually. I have to remember that I have another son who relies on me being here for him in his future. It is impossible to describe this feeling of loss. I am missing a limb. I'm missing half of my heart. I could not live in the house that I raised AJ and his brother in any longer because of the constant reminders of his life being cut short by this selfish being. AJ's brother struggled to come down from college and spend the night in the house. So I decided to sell the house in 2014 and move out of the neighborhood in hope of healing. I continue to live in Aurora and struggle with seeing Gateway High School. AJ had just graduated from there months before. He played baseball on that field for many years. We used to go to the football field to watch the fireworks on the 4th of July. And of course, the worst day of my life, I spent 18 and a half hours at that school waiting to hear that my son was murdered in the theater. Both of my sons grew up in Aurora, as did I. So everything I see, from a McDonald's to a baseball field to my parents' house to my sister's house, everything is a constant reminder of my murdered son. Emotionally, I struggle every day. I continue to go to counseling regularly, but words cannot describe this pain and emotional turmoil. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pearson.
Your Honor, I'm reading a statement from Rita Polina, who was an attempted murder victim. To whom it may concern, I am writing this letter to express what I am going through up to this day from the time that I got shot at Century 16 while watching Batman. I underwent multiple surgeries that had caused me a lot of pain and discomfort up till now, especially during the cold season. I am now unable to perform my daily activities without any pain or discomfort. I try to maximize my strength as much as I can to be able to work, so I would be able to support my son, who is now in college. Even though I am in severe pain, I don't have a choice but to do my job to earn a living. I am now having a hard time standing up for long periods of time due to a gunshot wound on my leg, and I'm unable to use my arm for the same reason. But in order to live, I have to bear the pain, and the pain is back again. Because of my injuries, it has already affected the quality of work that I do. My co-workers have been supportive of me, but as a worker, I have to think that I am still capable and uplift myself to be able to perform as how my supervisors expect me to. There are times that I go home crying while driving, thinking, why has this happened to my family? We are God-fearing and would always try to do good to others and do what is right in the eyes of God. I am not questioning God, but the effect on me and my family is really traumatizing. I went to a stage of depression and felt helpless. Due to this incident, my family stopped going to a movie theater, and every time we hear a loud sound, we all get scared, and what had happened to us a few years ago all comes back fresh in our mind. A very good example was the 4th of July when we heard all the fireworks. We all just stayed in our room and prayed that nothing bad would happen to us. There are all times that I would start shaking and my heart would be beating fast when I hear any loud sound that I would think is a gunshot. All we could do is just pray that God will keep us strong and help us get through the trials in life. I am sharing this experience to find justice for all of the victims. We deserve the justice that is due for us after all that we have been through and the effect of it in our lives up to this day. Sincerely, Rita Polina.
Thank you. Just a reminder, folks, to please slow down when you read statements. All right, Ms. Teach McGuire?
Lisa Childress. Looks like she left the courtroom. Dave Hoover. Sorry, thanks.
Mrs. Childers, good morning.
Good morning. I already forgot the directions. Judge, some more.
That's okay. You can just tell me your name and
Lisa Childress, Lisachildress.
Thank you.
I am the mother of Jesse Evan Childress. This is a picture that I look at every day. It's right by my door, by his shadow box with his medals and awards that was presented to us by the Air Force. And it also, of course, has his Army medals. Every day when I wake up, I have my coffee with my husband of 33 years. I know I gave birth to 3 beautiful baby boys. We raised them to be kind, generous, helpful, hardworking, adventurous, creative, humble, and accepting of themselves as well as others. They grew up, each of them serving in the military, and each acquiring additional higher education and degrees. They loved each other, competed with each other, in all areas of life, looked after each other, supported each other, and laughed with each other. On their last day in Manitou Springs, Colorado, Colorado, all of these attributes were evident to me, their mother. Little did any of us know this would be the last time we would give each other a hug, and only 2 of our sons would be here today. Jesse is no longer here. Every day when I get up, I see my son Jesse's pictures, his medals, honorary coins, Broncos jersey, hats, framed flag that was flown over Afghanistan in his honor, his memorial flag box from his military funeral, and final resting place, Fort Logan National Cemetery. I try to focus on his light that he showered on the world, focus on his positive attitude by looking at his framed photo, this one, smiling in Ireland with a basket of fish and chips, his recently purchased Guinness shirt on, and his thumb is up telling me, "You can do this today, Mom. Face the world." I often wear myself out trying to always be positive, help others with their own struggles. And so sometimes I retreat, collect my thoughts, cry, listen to music that reminds me of my eldest son, and try to recover that way. I try and energize in a positive way, I think, by watching sports that I would share and talk about with my son. Broncos football games, of course, UCLA games, LA Clippers games, LA Kings games. But sometimes these reminders of good times turn into sadness and loss, knowing that there will never be another conversation with Jesse on the phone, via text, via email, or in person. I try and remember his smiling face, laugh, and hugs. Sometimes he would give me a pat on the head, and "It's okay, Mom" face, especially involving computer issues, because he was much better at it than I am. My son Jesse influenced his brothers immensely, and they have continued their education and completed furthering their careers with new jobs in the military. Sometimes Jesse was doing something Jesse was doing at the time of his murder by the defendant. His life was cut short at 29, and he had worked a full day for the Air Force, bought tickets for his friends and coworkers, ate, laughed, and wanted to just spend time watching a movie, a superhero movie, which he loved. But then shots were fired, and he had to respond, and he was our superhero, gone too soon. An intelligent, witty, humorous, generous, influential, responsible, athletic, adventurous, brave, gentle, patient, loving, humble mentor who touched so many lives by merely being Jesse and caring, taken by someone who failed to have this final attribute, caring for his fellow human beings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Hoover.
Mr. Hoover, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Hanging in there. Just trying to get by. My name is William David Hoover, last name spelled Hoover. First off, I'd like to take the moment to thank the court for the way in which this case was handled. It didn't go unrecognized. It was professional and respectful. I submitted a written statement to the court. In addition to this, however, I wanted to share these thoughts as well. I want it noted again that the court continually admonished the witnesses and victims that they needed to remove themselves from the court if they felt an outburst coming on. None of the victims or family members of those that were murdered by the defendant interrupted these court proceedings. This is because each and every one of us knows how to follow the rules, the laws of this court and those of society. The defendant does not. I've been a police officer for over 32 years. I'm a sergeant with the Lakewood Police Department. It breaks my heart to see my fellow brothers and sisters, the Aurora Police Department, suffering. None of my experiences could ever prepare me for the pain that was caused by AJ's murder. I am one of 5 children, the second oldest of Bill and Sue Hoover. I'm Teresa's older brother. My heart breaks every day for her. She is the mother of AJ Boyk, and AJ was murdered by the defendant while doing and being where he should be on July 20th, 2012. AJ was my nephew and my friend. I'm going to just share something about my father. He's a modest man, put himself in harm's way for his country, and at one point was shot down over Vietnam. Learned a valuable lesson from him and my mother. My dad came home after being shot down. We had a family meeting, and he'd been there for a few days. He told us something that I've never forgotten. I can't do my job without each of you doing your job. You have to take care of each other. You have to watch out for your mother. Listen to what she tells you. You have to take care of each other. Be there for each other. Always remember the question that is asked, am I my brother's keeper? And the answer he always gave us was yes. We all must remember that we are in this together. This is the rule that many of us in society understand. We understand that if we violate the rules, that we will suffer the consequences, and others get hurt by our mistakes. The defendant deserves the maximum sentence that the rule of law allows. AJ and his older brother Will were raised by my sister Teresa as a single mother. Because of this reality and our family's commitment, we have had a lot of influence on these boys' upbringing. I had discussions with AJ about his responsibility as a young man. He listened and he learned. He grew and was developing into a responsible young man. He was sweet, kind, and funny. My wife, Lori, was always happy to see AJ, would bend over backwards to help him in any way. AJ was a great kid who gave more than he received. Lori loved and cared deeply for him, and she has suffered a great deal because of his murder. He was helping out at our home before he was murdered by the defendant. He did yard work to earn money so he could go to the movie that night. AJ was our daughter's best friend. They talked or texted daily. They grew up together and were very close. The pictures that you see on the screen before you are those of AJ, various stages throughout his life. AJ had a love of life and others. He had a smile that lit up a room when he bounded in, sharing the life within. These are the moments that we as a family cling to remember what we have in this world and not what we've lost. We cannot hug or see AJ anymore. He was taken away from us. He died with 11 other beautiful people in that theater that night when the decision was announced that the defendant was not going to be put to death. I watched his parents walking towards the elevator and his dad smiling, and he laughed. probably because his son was spared the sentence that he carried out on our loved ones. He tried to kill everyone in that theater that night, and luckily was not successful. All of them and our families have to carry on with the pain and loss because of the defendant's action. It was argued that the defendant committed these acts of heinous violence because of his lack of self-worth. Well, as a result of his actions, he has no value to this world. All we can hope is that the defendant does not have a long life in prison. The defendant will suffer in prison, and I hold no pity. No sentence will bring AJ back or our loved ones back. But all must know that if you commit these crimes in our society, you will be held accountable. When we're finished here today, our family will walk out into a beautiful day, hopefully minus the haze. We'll enjoy some fresh air and something the defendant will never again, and should never again enjoy, and that is sunshine and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Tish McGuire?
I have a statement that Cassandra Sullivan, who was the wife of Alex Sullivan, asked us to read. This crime changed my life in so many ways. I wake up daily without the dreams my husband, Alex, and I had together. I am no longer able to watch and help him succeed in anything and everything he could imagine, and I no longer have his support in each decision I make in my life. Alex is no longer there to share the good, bad, and ugly moments in life. I now have to take care of our beautiful dog alone because unfortunately Alex never comes home anymore. Some relationships I had with people faltered because it is so incredibly hard for someone to understand exactly how hard days can be for me without Alex. There is no way to explain to anybody what it is like to grieve the loss of your husband and that it's really hard. The only things I have left of Alex are the memories we made together, the rings he gave me symbolizing his love for me, our adorable puppy and photos. Those things will be enough. I quit my job because of the shock and grief I endured after losing my husband. I moved out of our house. I had to uproot my entire life because I no longer had my husband. I no longer had my husband there, and I was so deeply and directly impacted by this crime. Due to this crime, I have found myself more stressed than I ever was before. I have severe anxiety in places I used to feel safe. I freak out when I hear sirens. I find myself struggling to get out of bed some days because I am just overwhelmed by emotion and grief. I am jumpy and untrusting frequently because I can't get the impact of this crime out of my head. I frequently find myself trying to avoid my birthday because I lost Alex on his only 10 days before mine. Unfortunately, there is nothing that can truly repair the loss of my family, and everything I have experienced due to this crime. Time and counseling are the only things that will even begin to ease the pain caused from this senseless crime. Thank you, Cassie Sullivan.
Thank you.
The people called Kathleen Pushow.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Pushow, spelled with a K, Athleen. Last name is P as in Paul, Ourciau. First, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to make this statement on behalf of my daughter, Bonnie Kate Pushow-Zogby, and the whole rest of my family. Many of us may be acquainted with bearing grievous injustices without an interested audience or carrying on in silence for years concerning wrongs done against us. In contrast to that, it's a privilege I welcome to be able to make a statement about just a few of the ways that we have experienced and believe we will continue to experience the effects of that awful night a little over 3 years ago. However, before delving into that, I would, at this point, like to comment that while I do sincerely appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I do see some personal value in being able to do so, it's still my opinion that it would be far more helpful to make this statement before the sentencing is done, when it would seem like there was a chance it could have an actual impact in that area. It's not clear to me what the value of these statements are in terms of the judicial process itself coming as they do after the trial and sentencing are essentially complete. Nevertheless, I offer this in hopes that it may perhaps there is some value to it from a judicial standpoint, even though I don't fully understand it, or that is hidden to me. That raises a second preliminary comment related to the actual sentence that was issued. I fail to understand the value of giving a person a sentence that, for all practical purposes, seems absurd. I don't know what the average lifespan of a person or a man in prison is, but to issue a sentence that outlasts the lifespan of the person being sentenced by a factor of 10 or even 15 or more, it seems pointless. Why sentence a person to 1,000 years? That's Bonnie Kate. We made a swing for her because she couldn't stand for the ceremony. I don't know if it just showed Max carried her down the aisle because it just hurt too much to walk. But so why not 1,000,000 years? It seems to me that giving a person a preposterous sentence does not multiply the effectiveness of the sentence. It just makes a mockery of the justice system that applies it. It really is the judicial equivalent of beating a dead horse. If someone could explain to me the value of insanely long sentences, that would be helpful. Is it supposed to make the victims feel better? It doesn't. It seems to communicate that the sentence that's given is not adequate, trying to add to something. Never one possessing much brevity, my statement is a tad lengthy. Even so, believe me, I condensed it. Because of that, it may be helpful for you to have a large-scale roadmap of where I hope to go. First, I will discuss the impact of that the shooting has had, particularly on Bonnie Kate, but also our entire family. Following that, I will speak some about our hope of eternal redemption for their defendant, as well as our disappointment concerning his lack of remorse. I'll speak about the inadequacy of the sentence and the process that led to it, and finally wrap things up with the conditions we would like to see placed upon the defendant. I really do appreciate you bearing with me as we plod through these things. Thank you. All that being said, let me share some of my thoughts on the impact of these events on my daughter, myself, and my family. The series of emoji-like faces used in hospitals to assess a patient's pain range from an expression of happiness, an absence of pain, to contorted faces expressing excruciating agony. Have you ever seen those? The pain chart, 0 to 10. While they might have some usefulness in some circumstances, they aren't always very effective in describing a person's pain. At least that was Bonnie Kate's experience. Me trying to sum up concisely how this horrific crime impacted my daughter and our entire family is a task I know I don't have enough words for, or the right words, but I'm willing to give it a try. I feel like my words will be a little like that inadequate pain chart and thus lacking in many ways. Nevertheless, I press on. Now, in case the details of what happened to my daughter are a little fuzzy, let me start off by reminding you that Bonnie Kate was hit with a bullet and shrapnel from an AR-15 fired by the defendant. It lodged in her left leg, and she sustained very significant injuries to her tibial plateau, her knee joint, her femur, her popliteal artery, and also, unfortunately, the nerves in her leg. Here are a few pictures that depict some of her situation then. I guess they'll just be going throughout. Kind of put a lot of them in there. Bonnie Kate has had 7 surgeries, many with grueling recoveries, and has more of that to face in the future. To give you an idea of what it's been like for her, about a year ago, she went to see her surgeon in the hopes of finding some relief, any relief, from the pain that was just constantly ravaging her. She felt like she just couldn't go on any longer and was so hoping for some good news about pain relief and being able to return to previous activities, like simply walking without agony. The report we received left her and her husband and me just weeping in the doctor's parking lot. Our heads and our hearts all spinning with the report that really it wasn't going to get much better, if at all. He just looked us in the eyes and said, "No, it's just going to get worse for you. You're going to get older. Things are really, your meniscus is already worn out. It's going to get worse." Quite the opposite. It was going to get worse. It was after this that it hit us that this was not just a difficult season for Bonnie Kate. This was not something that we would endure for a number of months or even a few years, but things would get better. And eventually we would one day look back on this nostalgically. No, the dawning, sickening recognition was that this was her life. And it was going to keep on being her life for the foreseeable future. This was not going to be a temporary feature of her life, but an abiding, defining characteristic for her. Pain. Constant. Always, always, always there. Never really letting up. Always this noise in the back of her head. Nagging, stabbing, stinging, firing, throbbing, aching, screaming, pain. But not just pain. There were limitations, and there are limitations as well. Everything had changed. And what was worse, those changes weren't going away, as I said. Every activity she was brave enough to tackle would be followed up with amped up pain she would have to endure. If she had the courage to dance at a wedding, she would be punished by her leg or body for days afterwards. Sadly, by which I mean we have cried until our bodies are limp and worn out from the grief of it. But sadly, this has been precisely what we've seen. She pays dearly for just about anything she wants to do. Nevertheless, and despite paying a great price for any and all activities, thankfully, Bonnie Kate continues to choose to dance. Even if she lets Max, her husband, scoop her up for each of much song. She continues to choose to ride a bike, even if it means being back on crutches for the rest of that week. She continues to choose to be up on her feet, serving everyone else, cooking in the kitchen, up. She keeps on choosing to keep on going. Thank goodness. And more than that, I thank God. It's clear that the defendant meant harm, deadly harm, to hundreds of people. He intended evil. In the story in the Bible of Joseph, who's sold by his brothers, of all people, to be a slave, he expresses his thoughts to his brothers about the whole thing years later when he's no longer a slave. He's actually a ruler. He forgives his brother and tells them, "You intended this for evil, but God intended it for good." That's how we feel about Bonnie Kate's injuries. The defendant intended it for evil, but God is using it for her good. Certainly not as any of us would have scripted it, but we try to entrust ourselves to the one we can trust. Bonnie Kate has responded to these hardships with strength from God. Through her weaknesses, He is strong. She's clung with stubbornness to an eternal perspective and the sure hope of a day without pain and without limitations and without profound sadness about the brokenness of this world. He has given her faith, evidenced most days by a determination to live in an other-centered, gracious way. During one particularly horrible time in the university hospital, I overheard her praying, "Please, please give me acceptance with joy." And she continues to struggle with all her might to hold fast to a life that submits to a bitter providence with joy. When you see Bonnie Kate, it's easier to assume that she's doing pretty well. She beams, smiles, genuine smiles, liberally and consistently. She wears flowers in her hair just about every day. She responds to questions about her well-being by saying, "I'm okay, hanging in there, And she admits the struggle, but she really tries not to let it define her. It'd not be difficult at all to assume she's dealing well with all her distresses. But as her mother, let me tell you, her smiles don't always come so easily. They are born out of a desire to make the most of something that often feels like a nightmare. She decides to smile with sincerity, and she resolves to get out of bed and persevere. It'd be easy to belittle the effects of her injuries because she bears them with such grace, but don't. Her beautiful, sustaining strength from God doesn't take away from the horrific and the vile nature of the crime committed against her and so many others as well. He meant it for evil. God is using it for good. Bonnie Kate was helped out of the theater by Chris Lakota. When he came to visit Bonnie Kate in the hospital, he reported to us seeing the murderer after he had already shot her in the leg, pointing his gun at her again. And then thankfully, the gun jammed. The gun jammed. How ironic that because Bonnie Kate is a surviving victim in this case, she has been able to indirectly speak life to the man who wanted to kill her. Because the gun jammed and her life was spared, she and I, her mother, have been able to speak about God's eternal life and mercy offered to broken, sinful people like ourselves and the defendant. Bonnie Kate is the oldest of 7 close siblings that really do adore her. And as such, how do you measure the impact of this crime on a family? Honestly, I don't know the answer, of course. I do know that this tragic example of the brokenness of this world has landed heavily upon every one of us. A couple of my 7 children were swept into profound and troubling and scary sadness after the events of that awful night. There simply wasn't an area of our lives that wasn't drastically altered. Every endeavor, school, sports, social interactions, everything was affected. Early on, when she was stable enough to be transferred back to a Baton Rouge hospital, her siblings were glad she was home. But the impact of all that had happened, each one of them in unique ways. Some of Bonnie Kate's siblings held her hand and prayed and sang and cried, and others were so undone by her agony that they simply couldn't go in her room and see it. For example, one night when none of the meds could touch her pain, this happened all the time. And she was begging God to help her and begging that the overpowering pain wouldn't let up for hours upon hours. Noah, who was 15 at the time, held her hand most of the night. He heard her constant full-body sobs and her cries to God, and she would pray for mercy and for relief, and then break down, reduced to disappointing grief and tears when no relief came right then. And she would say, okay, I'll trust you, God. I'll trust you. Noah confided that he had never felt hate like that before. That he didn't know what to do with this grief and this anger, and he wanted so badly for the person who made his beloved sister suffer this way to be brought to justice. He couldn't help but want that he could do it. He was seething with anger, and hot tears just ran down his face. And while he was stunned by the intensity of his emotions, he was surprised by something that he heard Bonnie Kate whisper. It was a prayer that she was saying just to God, and she was thinking about the unrelenting and an extreme nature of her pain. It made her think that hell must be something like what she was feeling, that it felt like just more than a person could bear, and it wouldn't stop. And her thoughts of hell made her think of the defendant, and she was moved with pity for him. She wanted him to find mercy for his soul, and she whispered, God, please have mercy on James Holmes. And smack dab in the middle of her one of her worst nights. She really had a lot, and she still does. This is what she said. Noah overheard her prayer for mercy, and it interrupted his prayer for justice. Both prayers are right, in my opinion. But what does watching someone you adore suffer so horribly do to you? There aren't enough words. My children have spoken about losing their sense of optimism, about being far more fearful than they ever were before, about feeling emotions they'd not experienced that way before. Max, you see him right there, he's wonderful. He's 6'4", he's a huge guy. He loves her desperately. He feels like he's always on the alert now. I think he has more PTSD than she does. He's always on the alert. Everywhere he goes, he's looking at doors. He's looking for a way out. He's looking for a shooter to come in. He just wants to be ready. He wants to protect her. He loves Bonnie Kate marvelously well, and he constantly deals with grief while he watches her struggle and grimace and break down because of her many hardships related to her injuries. This crime impacts their marriage daily. And sleep, which others have mentioned, which is so often an escape for us, feels like a very dangerous place to Bonnie Kate. Her nights are so often filled with terrible visions of horror and all the accompanying emotions associated with feeling like she's reliving awful things. So when she wakes up, it's all so real. And how terrible that the simple relief of sleep has been so miserably tainted by this tragedy for her and so many others. More recently, one of the more grievous things for Bonnie Kate to respond to was the look in the defendant's eyes when she came to Colorado to testify. Was there sadness or brokenness or remorse? Far from it, there was a smirk. And there seemed to be smugness. And the look of a person who had no grasp whatsoever of the magnitude of his crime or the offensiveness of his person being this way. His actions sent so many families, including his own family, spiraling in deep distress and dumbfounded by intense sorrow and the bewilderment of such a crime. How we had all hoped that he would show deep sadness for his actions and seek to express grief and regret to his victims and their families for how he had hurt them, and more than that he could be rescued from facing eternal consequences for things that he should face earthly consequences for, and that he would trust in God's great mercy to him in Jesus, and that he would be a man altogether changed by grace. How we had hoped for that. And how sad to see nothing at all like that. We long to see that bondage broken and that evil darkness and those oppressive clouds lifted. The thing is, we've felt clouds of sadness over us since this crime, but light shines in the darkness, right? It's where you see it. We've seen it. So how do you measure the profound sadness of watching someone struggle with things the rest of us can do effortlessly? How do you measure the emotional trauma associated with being severely injured and involved in a massacre? How do you measure the effects of knowing that a student turned killer pointed a gun at your daughter and shot her? And then aimed again, and his gun providentially jammed. How do I know the ripple effect of that heinous night on my kids? I don't know. Is it measured in a sentence of hundreds of years or thousands? I don't think so. I know the impact on us has been profound. We are forever altered because of the defendant's actions that night. We are altered, but thankfully not destroyed. In preparing this impact statement, we were given some guidance to help us know what sorts of things would be helpful to talk or write about. One of the questions we were given was this: what could be done to assist in repairing the harm done by this crime? May I just interject? I appreciate, that question being asked. And I appreciate the whole atmosphere of this court and the respect and kindness that's, from what I wasn't here much because we live far away, but it's been consistent throughout this case. But so that, I appreciate that question. But before I want to respond to that, I want to clarify again that I'm speaking here on behalf of Bonnie Kate, but not as Bonnie Kate. She didn't have the emotional reserves to be here and come here today, which is just another effect of this crime. But there are things that she could say and should say if she did. So I'm here as her advocate and her mouthpiece, really. And I'm genuinely sorry for you that you're missing hearing directly from her and her dear way of talking and just being. I won't be able to fully represent her in that sense, but it's the best I can do. So, returning to that question, I want to say that for me and for my family, there's actually a better question that seems to go to more directly get to the heart of the issue here. The revised question we would like to respond to is this: what could be done to assist in repairing the harm done by the handling of this crime? Let me try and explain. When we returned to our home in Baton Rouge from the trial in Colorado, my youngest daughter, who is pure joy to me, all bound up in a 9-year-old's body, she asked what decision was made regarding the defendant. Mommy, are they going to let him live or die? What are they going to do? What did they decide about the man who killed all those people and tried to kill Bonnie Kate? And when I told her that no decision had been made yet, she looked at me with distress on her adorable little scrunched up face, and she said, with her fingers on her temples, she said, I don't know how to think about this. And I understood that. She'd been hearing our family praying for the killer to know forgiveness, but she'd also heard expressions of our desire for justice to be served, and she shared those desires. It's not something easy to reconcile for 9-year-olds or for anybody. To some, the notion of wanting both forgiveness and justice for the same person, it seems contradictory. In the Bible, there are numerous examples, however, of people who get just that. People who do terrible things and are forgiven by God and are not spared the natural consequences of their actions. Their eternal disposition is secure in Christ, but they are not therefore delivered from the temporal or earthly outworkings of their choices and actions. And in saying these things, let me be clear. I don't consider myself as needing the mercy and grace of God any less than anyone else, including the defendant. I too am a moral failure, and I look for mercy and forgiveness for my sins that will secure me to Christ in this life and the next. And yet I'm not surprised to discover that I reap much of what I sow in the here and now. The difficulty expressed by my 9-year-old was recently echoed in Bonnie Kate's response to the defendant's sentence. Bonnie Kate had been in Lebanon visiting her husband's family. She called me, it was actually 2 weeks ago now, I guess, the day after the sentence was announced at 1 a.m. her time, and she was sobbing. She was shocked and surprised by the sentence and also by her own response to the sentence. Why was Bonnie Kate sobbing at the news of the sentence? Because while Bonnie Kate and the rest of our family have honestly and earnestly prayed for the defendant to know God's forgiveness and mercy, and we've spoken publicly concerning this on numerous occasions, that didn't mean that we thought it was appropriate for him to escape what we thought were more fitting earthly consequences for his actions. Now again, someone looking on as an outsider to these events might question Bonnie Kate's response. Well, didn't she care about the killer's well-being? She spoke about it. Didn't she want him to not only have the peace and joy she'd found, but to live long enough to experience it? Didn't she and all the rest of our crew pray for his forgiveness from God, even as we announced our own forgiveness of his actions against her? Wasn't our stance toward him one of mercy? Yes, that's all true, and it wasn't a performance. And let me just add, forgiveness toward the defendant has not been a one-and-done sort of thing. We've all had to go back over and over again and learn how to keep forgiven every time we feel the destructive effects of his actions. And I won't pretend that's an easy thing to do, but we keep trying to do it. We forgive because that is what we've been taught and what we believe. We forgive because we've been forgiven, and because the only alternative to forgiveness is that you're forever held hostage to your bitterness and anger. In other words, when you don't forgive, you never stop being the victim. So what was going on with Bonnie Kate that night? Was her deep sadness over the sentence an example of anger and bitterness being played out? Certainly that would be a response all of us have to consistently fight against, and one we are fully capable of giving into and actually fail at restraining ourselves from far too often. But I can honestly tell you that that wasn't the primary source of her sorrow. And she told me, as she caught her breath from crying, that she'd never felt so much emotional pain. Why? I'll tell you. It's because when justice isn't served, there's a brutal message that's delivered to the victims of someone's callous disregard, as well as a host of tragic ongoing consequences for society. When a punishment doesn't fit the crime to which it's attached, the message to the victims is that your pain, your loss, it's not really all that important. When the defendant in this crime was given a life sentence rather than a death sentence, the message that came through to Bonnie Kate, and possibly to every other victim of this crime, especially the families of those who lost beloved family members, but the message was this: the life of the defendant is worth more than the lives of the 13 lives he took and the many other lives he permanently damaged. The message was that the state of Colorado values the life of a mass murderer more than the lives of those he murdered. When the punishment isn't a fitting response to a crime, we recoil. We know this from our earliest days. Who doesn't remember making lots of protest about that very thing when, as a child, you saw someone else get away with something for which you were severely punished? We instinctively know that these things are not right and that the books have not been balanced here. Examples could be easily multiplied. A father and his sons are brutally attacked and their bodies are riddled with bullets. All three of them are killed in a jungle in Brazil, and the murderers, some of them boasting about their deeds, are rounded up and spend only a handful of days in jail. Outrage is the appropriate response, right? That's my father's story.
Ms. Brachot, I'm sorry to interject.
I'm
I need
almost
to
done.
figure out when to take a break.
Okay.
How much longer do you think you have?
Not much at all.
Okay,
I'm almost done.
all right.
Thank you for letting me continue. On a playground, a young defenseless child is brutally beaten, and the teenager who leaves him gasping for breath in a pool of blood, unable to move, gets a meaningless slap on the wrist and has his cell phone taken away for the next week. Again, what's the gut feeling? Outrage. And the opposite situations cause the same sense of injustice. Think about the people who were sent to prison, sometimes for years, because in their hunger and desperation they stole a loaf of bread. Does the response seem appropriate in that situation? Of course not. Again, from our childhood on, we know all these things instinctively. The punishment should fit the crimes committed. Bonnie Kate felt like, when it was all said and done, the murderer's rights were the rights being protected, not hers. She felt like the sentence didn't adequately address the heinousness of the crime. She felt like the sentence was a message that clearly exposed a massive disconnect with what should have been the consequences of the gunman's actions and what the consequences actually were. In her sadness and anger and confusion at the news of the sentencing, these sorts of questions were running through her and our minds. Why? True story here. Can a person breaking into a house and who kills someone in Colorado get the death sentence, but a mass murderer doesn't? A murderer who had his gun not jammed would likely have killed more people than he did, maybe hundreds. And if killing 13 people, including the unborn child of the pregnant woman who was murdered, doesn't warrant the death penalty, what does? How many people do you have to kill to get the death penalty? 14? Or 20? Or 100? Where's the tipping point? And why do you even have a death penalty if you aren't willing to use it? A death penalty that is never used has no deterrent effect. It's an exercise in futility. And what signal does this send to Bonnie Kate and the other victims? We care, but not that much. And what signal does this send to society? That the lives of our citizens do not matter as much as the lives of those that threaten them? What does this say about the value of a human life? That we're disposable? And what signal does this send to the next person out there who's contemplating a similar crime? Will this sentence actually embolden others to imitate the defendant? What is the deterrent effect of this sentence? Well, Bonnie Kate's conclusion is not much. I agree. Only recently, there was another theater shooting about an hour away from our home in Baton Rouge. And did the perpetrator of that crime know about the outcome of this trial? I don't know. But my assumption is that if he did, it made his actions that much easier to commit. Those and other questions are the consequence of the manner in which this case has been handled and ultimately and unsatisfactorily resolved. Let me say it again, while my ultimate hope is for mercy for the unjust in the next life, in a world here that is broken, to allow injustice is to breed and invite further injustice. The next most hurtful thing you can do to a victim after the crime itself is to show by your response that you've not taken the harm done to them seriously. When the perpetrator is seen to have more rights than the victim, discontent, disillusionment are sure results, among others. My personal stance on this particular situation became so much clearer after I considered more fully Bonnie Kate's justifiable reaction to the sentence, as well as the effects on society. Victims and their families have now been traumatized twice, once by the defendant and now by a justice system that seems to regard their lives so lightly. One further question we were asked to consider was this: are there any conditions you would like to see the court impose on the defendant? Well, yes, there actually are. I would not impose as much as I would hope that the defendant would grasp the magnitude of his crimes and that he would feel genuine remorse, and that this remorse would lead to a change of his heart, and that he would know God through his Son, Jesus Christ. I would like for him to have access to my words here. I would like to know that while he's in prison, he's not allowed to access violent games or TV shows or internet sites, etc. He should not be rewarded with free access to gratuitous violence, whether real or imagined in any form, or to any other input that will only further degrade his already clearly warped view of human worth and dignity. And on the contrary, I would like to know that he was given access to things that might cause him to value human life, including his own. And to consider the possibility that there is a God, and there is ultimate justice, and there is a Redeemer, even for mass murderers. I'm anxious that I left out something at the very beginning that a paragraph I may have shot over. But I don't know if I mentioned that we're grieved so much for all the others who lost family members. And our story could be so different. But our family grieves, and I probably said it better than I could say it now, but I think I bumped over that part when I was trying to get through this. So anyway, thank you for letting me speak. And thank you for letting me speak so long.
All right, before we take a break, let me respond to a couple of things. I think it was Brooke Cowden who suggested that the jurors should be offered counseling. I just wanted to let everyone know that that has happened. That happened on the last day of the trial. Court services offer counseling to the jurors, and some of them may have been interested, some of them may have not, but that was offered. That's number one. Number two, let me address some of the things that were just said by Ms. Porchot, because I think they're based on, in part, on ignorance of the law and the system, and in part, perhaps, on misinformation. It doesn't sound like she followed the proceedings closely throughout. She mentioned that she wondered what the value of the statements is after the trial. The jury was not asked to sentence the defendant on all of the counts related to the surviving victims. The jury was asked to decide what is the appropriate sentence with respect to the 12 murders. That's the only thing the jury was asked to decide. I decide what sentence is appropriate for all the other counts. So with respect to the count that involves Bonnie Kate Porchot, it is I who has to impose that sentence. That's why the statement is being made now, because it's a statement that I can consider and that I will consider in deciding what sentence is appropriate. In terms of whether it is a mockery of the system to have hundreds or thousands of years, or whether that's supposed to make the victims feel better, again, that shows perhaps some ignorance. the system says that the defendant must be punished for each and every crime that he committed. And if he committed as many crimes as he committed in this case, he has to be punished for each and every one of those crimes. The jury found him guilty of all the crimes that he was charged with. I have to punish him, impose a sentence for each and every single one of those crimes. The alternative would be to say, well, we're going to punish him for one crime but not for the other. How would victims feel if that was the system? That alternative would be worse. And so the fact that it adds up to hundreds or thousands of years is not because we're supposed to be making the victims feel better or because he makes a mockery of the system. It's because he has to be punished for each crime that he was found guilty of committing. And if that adds up to hundreds or thousands of years, then so be it. If that adds up to 12 life sentences, then so be it. But he has to be punished for every crime. In terms of there being no justice, if you set up a system in which justice depends on the result and the outcome, you set up a system that is impossible to meet. Our system of justice is not based on the outcome or the result. If it was, then almost always somebody would be able to say, well, you see, I didn't get what I wanted, therefore justice was not done. Even within the group of the victims, there would be disagreement about that because some of the victims were apparently in favor of the death penalty and some of them were not. So if it was a popularity contest, then you could never have justice because you're never going to satisfy everyone. Justice was done in this case not because of the outcome, but because of the process. The fact that we had 12 people who came in here and gave us their time, who worked hard, who did their best to be fair and impartial, to listen to the evidence, to review the evidence, to consider the evidence, and then to follow the court's instructions of law. They did the best they could to arrive at a decision, and they couldn't arrive at a decision in the end because there was disagreement about what sentence was appropriate. And the law says when you have a death sentence type of scenario, there has to be unanimous agreement. And I think we can all understand why the law requires that. It is the most severe sentence available, and because it involves somebody's life or death, the law wants a unanimous verdict. In this case, you could not have a unanimous verdict, and therefore it is a life sentence. I think Ms. Porchot said that after that sentencing verdict that she told, I think, her 9-year-old or a 9-year-old that it wasn't decided yet. That's not true. Once that decision was made, once the jury came back and said they could not reach a unanimous sentencing verdict, the decision was made at that point. The determination was made. It was a done deal. Under the law, that means that it has to be a life sentence. And that was explained clearly here in court. I don't know whether she talked to anyone or not, but that was misinformation. In terms of the system victimizing people again, I disagree with that. I strongly disagree with that. There is nothing about this process that has victimized people again. Now, people may have been traumatized again, and I completely understand that. I get that it is difficult to go through this. I understand, and I am sensitive to the fact that it is extremely difficult to come in here and to have to testify about the events, and later to have to testify about the impact that the crimes had on people's lives. I completely understand that, and I'm in admiration of the courage that people have shown and that the people are showing. But I'm not the one who decided to have this trial. The decision was made, and the trial took place. And if a trial is going to take place, this is what happens. This is how it goes. And it has to be people coming in here and testifying, taking an oath, and taking the witness stand and testifying to tell and taking an oath to tell the truth, and then testifying at that point so that the jury can consider that. That's how the system works. And then at the time of the sentencing hearing in front of the jury, it's an opportunity for people to come in here and tell the jury what impact, what harm the crimes have caused. And that's the way it happened here as well. That doesn't mean it's easy. That doesn't mean that it's not traumatizing to some people. I understand that, but that's the best system we have. And in my humble opinion, it is the best system available. There is no other system like it. And, you know, if I asked you the day before the final sentencing hearing, how many of you thought this was unfair, I bet you wouldn't have gotten very many people who would raise their hand and say it was unfair. And so you can't change your mind the day after just because the result is not what you had hoped or what you had expected. You're always going to have, in an adversarial system, people who are going to disagree with the result. That's the nature of our system. It's an adversarial system. But you can't then claim that there was no justice because it wasn't the outcome that you were expecting. And you can't say, well, this means that the jury did not value the lives of the victims as much as they valued the life of the defendant. This isn't as simple as Ms. Porchot made it seem to be. If it was, we wouldn't need a trial, right? If it was just a matter of somebody killing a bunch of people and injuring severely a bunch of people, and there was nothing more to it, we wouldn't have spent the better part of 7 months in here. Those of you who have followed the proceedings know that there was a lot more to it than that. There was a lot of evidence presented related to mental illness. Now, you can have disagreements on the significance of that evidence or the persuasiveness of that evidence, but the jury heard all that evidence, and the jury was told that it had to make all decisions based on the evidence. So this isn't a simple thing of saying, assume in a hypothetical case that someone kills 12 people and injures 70 others. What do you think is the appropriate sentence for that person, the maximum or something less? It's not that simple. That's not what our system is about, and that's not what was involved here during the trial. What was involved here during the trial was the presentation of a lot of evidence and presentation of arguments and having 12 people who were fair and impartial, having a judge who tried his best to be fair and impartial, to be neutral, to do to do my utmost to apply the law, and then in the end, see what the result was. And that's how you know it was justice. So on that note, we'll take a break for 20 minutes. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Please rise.
Seated. All right, let's go back on the record. This is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with the same attorneys whom I introduced earlier, and the same prosecutors are present as well. Just a couple of more clarification points. First is that I'm not trying to be critical of the attorneys in this case. The attorneys in this case are skilled, and they've been very professional. I am not privy to whatever plea bargain discussions took place. The court doesn't get involved in that. And if they had come to me and said, we have a plea agreement, I would have taken it. But likewise, when they came to me and said, we want to go to trial, we proceeded to trial. And that's exactly the way the system should work. That's how the system works. That's how it worked in this case. So that's number one. The second thing is that I think it is improper to imply, or at least incorrect to imply, that a life sentence without the possibility of parole is not a severe sentence. And I think Ms. Porshaw implied that this was injustice because the punishment doesn't fit the crime. A life sentence without the possibility of parole is a severe sentence. And we had multiple people tell us in jury selection that to them, that is a more severe sentence than a death sentence. So to imply that this sentence is not a serious sentence or a severe sentence is incorrect. And I wanted to make sure the record was clear on that. Okay, with that, let's get back to the people the prosecution wish to call. Ms. Teach McGuire, who's next?
Jerry Jackson.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Mrs. Jackson?
I've had better days.
I can understand.
My name is Jerry Jackson, Jerijackson. And first, I'm going to read my statement. The defendant has caused havoc on our family's lives. First of all, I am no longer able to work due to PTSD, anxiety, and depression. As a result, my income has been cut in half since I am now on disability. Some days I could stay in bed all day due to the depression. I cannot go to places where there is a large crowd and have to see the doors at a restaurant, and movies are out of the consideration. We do not have family cookouts, as they are not the same because Matt is missing. My trust in people has diminished. It is, if somebody I knew before Matt's murder, I'm okay. However, if it's something new, I really have a hard time trusting. My dad passed away 21 months after Matt's murder. The death of his grandson and friend took a huge toll on him. He was unable to protect Matt, and that bothered him. He had been a police officer for 23 years. I have to believe Matt's death contributed to my dad's death. I have been in counseling since September of 2012 due to Matt's death. It has been an additional expense that adds to insurance premiums, since we now have to pay for insurance that is not employer provided. Just the thought of what Matt's last few moments of his life hurts me. There are many events that sometimes missing: birthdays, holidays, his grandmother's wedding. I will never have grandchildren from Matt. Watch him get married, have a daughter-in-law as a result of his marriage. His nephew never had the chance to know their Uncle Matt. I have had to put my life on hold for the past 3 years. I haven't been able to plan for vacations due to not knowing when the trial would be beginning, when I would have to travel to Denver, and what impact the trial would have on me. The murder of my son, Matt, has turned our world upside down, and life will never be the same. I'm also going to read Chris Jackson's statement, that is Matt's brother, that was not able to be here. The murder of my brother has impacted my family in such a way that it has destroyed relationships within the family. It has caused extreme pain and suffering to most every member. I lost my brother and my best friend as a result of this crime. I have constant thoughts and pain about him lying in a pool of blood as his life was away, and the pain he must have experienced. I can no longer go to the movie theater to enjoy an evening out without thinking of his horrific experience and feeling uneasy to the point where I have to vacate the premises. Every day I think of the conversations we had, and I am pained due to the realization that we will never have another one. The emotional injuries sustained are simply pain and loss. My brother and I talked every day. We had talked just a few hours prior to his death. There is no measure in the feeling of loss and sorrow that has been brought to my family and to myself. The pain 3 years later is as fresh as when I received that phone call that told me I would never see or talk to my brother again. I will never see him become the man he wanted to be. There is nothing that I feel could be done to assist in repairing the harm inflicted on my family. There is no way to ease the pain of his death and the manner in which it was dealt. The relationships in my family will mend in some extent over time, but none of us will ever have a whole family feeling again. My family is forever broken, and nothing will ever mend this. The only condition that I would like to see the court impose on death, not because I am bitter, not because I want vengeance, and not because I want him to die life without parole, would be better. Except that would give him the opportunity to possibly talk someone else into doing something like this to some other families. Chris Jackson.
Thank you. Ms. Stitch McGuire?
Thank you. First, Your Honor, Brooke Cowden asked me to express her sincere gratitude and thanks to the court for providing counseling to the jurors. Also, Your Honor, if we could please have Renee and Greg Medic.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Tell me your names, please.
Greg Medic, spelled Gregmedek.
And I'm Renee Medic, Renaamedek.
Thank you. You may proceed, one at a time,
Can I go first?
please.
Okay. This comes off a bit negative, but this is just how I feel every day, but there's more things that I'd like to say from the heart when I'm done. So my impact from this event is as follows. My mornings all start the same with Michaela's memory on my mind. For the first year, I was in shock and denial that this even happened. And slowly, it became real to me. In the first year, fighting with giving first fund for the victims was a nightmare. The nut jobs that come out and tell you, you're a liar, this is all a cover-up. There's so many conspiracy people out there that think that this was just some kind of government thing. And so all the while you're going through shock and denial, it was a nightmare. And the past haunts you to the point of exhaustion. All the stuff you have to deal with on a day-to-day becomes even more taxing to nothing. It brings you a sense of happiness. You exchange stress for a little less stress. Compromise, sort of get used to always feeling that way. I have a lot of triggers now I need to cope with, and then always need to be on my guard. Let's not let them boil over into something that will be an embarrassment to me or my family. On guard in this PC world we live in, so nobody gets offended with you for your opinion. You don't have the freedom of saying what you really feel, as you'll be judged for it. And people take it out on you when you say what you really feel. This is due to the fact that they think they know what you're going through, and they feel as though they would be so much better at it. And people tell you, it's been 3 years, you should be over it by now. Come on, what's wrong with you? So you go on with your day-to-day, and you speak about it, and you bury it deep down inside, act if there's nothing wrong, hide from people and family. It's okay. And you hide from people and you hide from family. You don't want to be around them because they got their kids and you don't have some of yours. I know I don't have the real close relationship with my other two kids I used to have. It's like something's missing. I can't put my finger on what it is, but it's we don't want to be as close, just in case it happens again. And trust in the leadership in this country is gone. I don't believe in it anymore. I don't have the faith I once had when it comes and goes. I know the good Lord loves me. I know He does. I know He does. It's so hard. So hard. just to cope with it anymore. And it says, I can't really sit in church like I used to. I can't listen to it. You know. Sometimes I can go, sometimes I can't. I do have I can't stand the fact that this man has a fan club, several fan clubs online. It's ridiculous. What is wrong with this world? I mean, to have a fan club for somebody who's a mass murderer, it's unfathomable. A lot of people told me I need to get over myself. I actually said that you need to get over yourself, wanting him to have to give his life for the lives he's taken, the lives he's ruined. Politics involved in this case is a joke. The public and their cry of "it's my right to see this played out on television" is as well. And the soul of this so-called community is absent, in my opinion. In conclusion, I'll do the best I can. Move forward in life. I will never get over this. There will always be a feeling as though there is something missing. And this is the way it's going to have to be for the rest of my time. I love Michaela, and I want her to keep her close. He didn't have the right to take her from me. The kids are the only thing I had. The only thing I had. The only thing I had in this life. My mother and father lost 4 children. And I watched how it beat them down. Mom and Dad lost 2 girls and 2 boys. Nobody killed them, nobody took them from them. But they died nonetheless. And I used to pray that all the time. Please, God, don't let that happen to Renee and I. I don't want to go through that. That was the hardest thing I ever had to do, was call my mother and tell her. Tell her she lost a grandchild. And she didn't just lose her. She was taken for nothing other than self-worth. I don't feel good about myself, so I have to kill your daughter? Do us all a favor and kill yourself. I don't mean to be so angry, but I know that I raised her in the church. I did. I took her every Wednesday night for her Bible study. We had adult Bible study, we had kids, and she went. I was there when her and her sister were baptized. I know she accepted Christ as her Savior, and she had the blood of Jesus Christ applied to her life. I gave a story to Colleen, I think her last name's O'Connor or Connor. She put it in the newspaper, and it's a fact what happened in our home a week after her funeral. You can read it if you want. I won't go into it. It's a long story, but it was the most supernatural, unreal thing I've ever had in my whole life happen. So I know where she is, and I gotta get over all of this and get it right and make sure that she's waiting there for me. I gotta make sure I get there. Is what I'm trying to say. So I can't have all this hatred in my heart, and I can't have all this stuff in there. And I don't really. There's a peace. The word says there's a peace that surpasses all understanding, and it is that. And I have it inside, but I got all this flesh over it, and it hurts. And I gotta dig deep into that to get to it, and then I can have some peace every once in a great while. Concluding, I'd really like to thank just some people. This comes off as kind of negative, and there's a lot of negativity in this world, and there's a lot of people that would just pat you on the back. 2 weeks later, they're like, could care less what happened to you, and that's true. But there's some really good people that I've come to know through this whole thing, and I'd like to thank first my wife for just being there for me every day. just being somebody I could always go to. And the other is my cousin seated out there, Anita. She's always been there for me. Always. And she has a couple of really good friends that she knows through her work. And one of them is George Shapiro. He's a wonderful human being. He would write to me and cheer me up from time to time. And I've been out there to meet with him a couple times, and he helped me out through my time I had to take off of work because I had to take unpaid leave, and he paid for my time off out of his own pocket. He didn't have to, but he did. He took care of me. And the other one is one of Anita's really good friends, Gary Shanling. And he wrote to me and has met with me a couple times, and is somebody that helped me along the way. I really appreciate them, all three of those people, and I have very few others, that help. But like I said, I kind of just hide from people, and I stay in the house a lot, and I go to my job, and I try to do a little exercise so I don't, I get the stress off, and church is real hard to do, so I don't really do that. But I just want you to know how much we miss Michaela. She was our baby, our youngest. We weren't going to have any more kids after that. No, I can't. But, that's all I got to say. I just don't know what else to tell you other than, person had no right to take her from me like that. I don't have much in my life, but I had her, and she was a wonderful person. I wish I was more like her. I wish to God I was more like her, but I'm just not, I'm just not. Go ahead, huh?
Mr. Medic, would you like to submit the article that you mentioned? You said there was an article?
I don't know what this lady writes. I don't know if she writes the religion thing for the newspaper or whatever, but this is like 3 years ago I put it in there.
Okay, well, let me let the prosecution know if you want to submit it, and that's something that I'd be happy to review.
Well, if you want, I don't care. It's up to you.
All right, ma'am.
All right, I'd like to read my mother's statement. He took my Kayla away from me on my birthday, which is supposed to be a happy time. When they called to tell me Kayla was missing, I got dressed immediately and went to my daughter's house in Aurora, where everyone was crying and upset and wondering where Kayla was. I shall never forgive him for taking my granddaughter, buddy, friend, traveling buddy, away from me. He took part of my life away. I miss her so very much. I know in my heart that Kayla was an angel on earth, and God must have needed her in heaven for a special reason. I love her so much and miss her so much that it hurts. And this one is mine. Fear, fear, that's my first thought when I was asked to fill out a victim's impact. How could it come to this? I was hoping and praying I would die before my children, especially my baby. Isn't that how life is supposed to be? My first year was complete shock. I couldn't believe my baby was gone. She was my shopping buddy and my video game buddy, my going out to eat buddy. I couldn't speak to people. I went back to work after 2 months. I was a fryer operator for 34 years. I couldn't do my job. I couldn't concentrate. I was responsible for the whole kitchen, and my mind just wasn't my own. All I could think about was my daughter being shot. I had to retire early than I wanted to this. Well, I wanted to retire earlier than I wanted to. In the second year, I just sat at home, could barely get up and off the couch. Nothing seemed joyful, just fear and despair. I will never be the same. I finally went to a doctor, and now I'm on antidepressants. Hopefully not for the rest of my life. At least life is bearable. I hid the first 2 years. The last year, I want to know everything concerning her passing. I miss her so much. Holidays are the worst. Her birthday, the day she passed, I will have no grandkids from her. I won't be able to go to her wedding. It really hurts. I love her so much. One thing I do know for sure is she is in heaven. I think the defendant should get the max sentence and think about what he did every day, like we have to miss Michaela every day. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you both. Ms. Stitch McGuire.
Eric McQuinn.
Mr. McQuinn, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, mostly pretty. My name's Eric McQuinn. I'm Matthew McQuinn's baby brother.
How do you spell your first name?
Eric, E-R-I-C, McQuinn, M-C-Q-U-I-N-N. When my brother Matthew was killed, he was recognized as a hero for saving his girlfriend's life by friends, family, and strangers. 1,000 people were there at his wake to celebrate the friend he was, the heroism he showed, and to meet a man they wish they would have met sooner in life. He was recognized by an actor that he grew up watching, Will Smith, as a hero. Musicians that he couldn't turn up loud enough in his car, Avenged Sevenfold, and many more that many more people that I'm sure he would have defecated himself over if he knew that they knew who he was. The defendant made Matt the center of attention, something he always enjoyed being. So the defendant failed at taking Matt's legacy. What the defendant did accomplish is he put the weight of the world onto the shoulders of Matthew's baby brother. No longer did I have the sibling rivalry to push me to be a better man than him. No longer was there a tag team to support the lady that brought us into this world when she needed it the most. Fortunately for the defendant, he has not had to watch his mother cry. He hasn't had to be stronger than he ever had to be for the lady that brought him into it. He hasn't had to see the tears run down a mother's face, hear her whimper when she hurt, or had to sit in silence while the world emotionally broke her down. So in closing, there are no guns allowed in prison. Good luck. Sincerely, Eric McQuinn.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Stitch McGuire.
Anita Bush.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Take your time.
I received a phone call after 7 a.m., just after 7 a.m., on July 20th, 2012. And it was my 84-year-old mother who told me that Greg couldn't find Michaela. My mom and Greg's mom, Caroline, are sisters. My mom asked me if I could help him. And I said, "What do you mean?" She couldn't find Michaela. He can't find Michaela. What are you talking about? Was she kidnapped? It just didn't make any sense. And she said no, she went to a movie and she didn't come home, and turned on CNN. And when I did, a panic set in. You see, Greg Medic, my cousin, was one of my saviors when I was a victim of crime. When the life I knew and the life I loved was torn apart and became nothing I recognized anymore, I had lost everything. I was in fear for my life. I was in fear for the life of my family and friends. And I felt an extreme betrayal by God. I was in complete agony and utter despair, and it was Greg who said to me, and he was the only one who told me this. He said, "Everything's going to be okay." He said God protects his children with a jealousy. And in that moment in time, it was exactly what I needed to hear to get up off the floor. He reached me with those words and he pulled me up and he gave me back a little mustard seed of hope. And that horrible day of July 20th, I got off the phone with my mom and I called Greg and I told him we were going to find Michaela. He feared that she might already be dead. He said he just had that feeling. And I said, we're gonna find her. And no matter what happens today, don't let evil take away your faith in God, because that's what it wants to do. A very good friend of mine in law enforcement, I called, and she said she'd try to help any way she could. And her former partner was here in Colorado. And it was just a coincidence, but he was standing right outside the theater, she found out. And she asked if we had a photo. And I got a photo from Jenny, Greg's sister, and the one that was straight on. And she was able to get it to him. And I asked her to have him go in there and look inside the theater, because we heard that there were 10 people in the theater that didn't make it out. I begged her to. I literally begged her to ask him, and she said that they were afraid that it was booby-trapped. But she would continue to look at the hospitals. So she did. There was a lot of people unidentified. She said because when people ran out, they just left their belongings behind, and she told us not to lose hope. And then the hope began to dwindle, because one by one, people were identified. And it was like 19 hours later that we found out that Michaela Medic was taken by evil. A generation of her family is gone. And when I heard that, after We were frantically searching for her. I couldn't breathe. Because when I was a victim of crime, I asked God. I was so down. It broke my health. It took my finances. It took everything from me. And I remember being in the shower one day and I said to God, please make me strong again. Make me strong. I swear to God, please make me strong so I can help other people. So when I found out I couldn't breathe, I was like, not Greg. Not Greg. Don't have it happen this way. I just screamed and I cursed God, and then I remembered my own words to him. Greg is such a good, good man. And Kayla's death has destroyed him. Sorry. Kayla was his baby girl. He will never be the same. Neither will Renee or Marlene or any of the family. Her murder has destroyed them. And for that, I will never forgive the monster that sits in this courtroom smiling and laughing with his defense attorneys, when the jury and Your Honor is out of the room. It has destroyed lives times thousands, like watching the concentric circles form after a rock is dropped into a lake, except that lake is the size of an ocean. Our families are sweet families from Aurora, are broken and battered and suffering immeasurable pain that will never end. We do our best behind the scenes to keep each other on our feet, from thoughts of suicide, from going bankrupt, from losing a place to live, from panic attacks, from nightmares, through illness brought on from stress, from anger that can't be tamed, from losing faith in all that is good. After multiple charities re-victimize the suffering by withholding money and services desperately needed by the families of the deceased and injured. From being afraid in crowds and jumping at the slightest sounds. From struggling from unwavering depression. From the loss of hope. From your belief system changing. From trying to figure out how to cope with a life that you don't recognize anymore. From the loss of faith in God. From battling the truly mentally ill, who levied death threats and stalked our families behind the scenes and claimed this shooting never happened. From fighting those who desecrated the faces of our loved ones on social media. From the NRA, which unbelievably called families after the shooting to ask for donations. From the hordes of national media that granted the killer the notoriety that he craves, thereby re-victimizing everyone and helping to create more killers and more suffering and more broken families. Most people America simply have no idea what happens after a mass shooting behind the scenes or any massacre like this. The media moves on, but the families are still dealing with a hole in their heart that will never go away. We have broken bodies, multiple surgeries, and little to no help as survivors struggle financially to pay medical and rehab bills. Exhausted and emotionally, physically, and spiritually spent, we still try to keep each other on our feet somehow, some way, because we are all one family.
This has taken years off of everyone's life. That agony, it just wraps around you and it smothers your soul. And I have witnessed Michaela's family and friends struggling with a pain that is too great to bear. I have seen Michaela's friends who were with her in the theater that night go into full-blown panic attacks and break down from the pure gut-wrenching agony of what they experienced. No human being should ever have to go through what they went through, see what they saw, experience this kind of trauma and loss. Families, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, friends, drenched in hammering guilt of, if I had only. I've been on the phone many, many times over the years with victims literally crying for someone to help them. Otherwise strong people trying to stay upright and even embarrassed that their friends see their PTSD. The agony is ever present, and so you do whatever you can just to relieve even a little bit of that pain. These are good families. They're really good people, and they've been decimated. I try to stay strong for everyone until I get off the phone, and that's when I scream to the heavens and ask God, why? These are beautiful, decent, vital people who are horribly harmed, horribly murdered. There is no punishment in this world that could equal even a fraction of the suffering that I've witnessed or experienced. This monster will reside in the deepest, darkest, most painful part of hell. How can anyone possibly put into words such unrelenting agony and despair? There are no words. There's no words to describe what this has done to everyone. May God and the good people we've encountered continue to help us all, because we cannot get through the days without them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stitch McGuire.
Tom Teeves.
Mr. Teeves, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good.
I want to start saying thank you for how you've conducted this trial. I want to thank the DA for what they've done. The sheriffs, I think they've been terrific. And honestly, I think the Aurora Police Department should get some type of award for what they did that day. So I appreciate you letting me take a moment. Impact on my family's been profound, and I'll try to illustrate it so you can see what the world has lost and my family. You've heard a lot of people talk about God, and there has been a battle since the beginning of time between good and evil. Nobody wants to admit it, but if we admit God exists, we have to admit the devil does too. This is what murdered Alex, pure evil. Though we might not all be comfortable with that thought, it is what happened. But let me start by talking about the impact to our family and what we in the world lost when Alex was murdered, by pointing out that Alex was good. Alex was our firstborn son, best friend of my wife, also just pure good. The proof of this is illustrated by the outpouring of love and kindness that we've experienced through the police and victims advocates of the Aurora Police Department, the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department, the victim advocates of the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department, the District Attorney's Office, as well as I want to say thousands of ordinary people who care and demonstrate what the definition of good is. Love is the most powerful force in the universe, and our love for Alex could not be more powerful, and our grief correspondingly great. The sad fact is that grief causes physical pain. I didn't know this before this happened. We're in constant and intense physical and emotional agony, and we'll have to endure this every second of every day for the years and decades to come until we leave this earth. On most nights, Karen will have night terrors, and I'll wake up between 3 and 4 in the morning just angry that Alex is no longer with us, unable to get back to sleep. Our family has been significantly impacted by this horrific homicide. But through Alex's vision and teaching, and by showing love to each other, we will somehow overcome. We will never let evil win. And that was what Alex stood for. And win they will not. Before the events of 2012, if you ask me about my boys, I have 3 of them. When I spoke of Alex, I would describe Alex as a good boy, but it turns out I was wrong. Alex was a good man. Alex spent his last moments on earth rising up from a safe place and grabbing the love of his life, Amanda, and putting her on the ground to get her out of harm's way, shielding her with his body and taking a full metal jacket bullet designed for maximum destruction directly to his forehead. His death was instant. But Jesus has said that greater love has no man than this, that he laid down his life for his friends, which Alex unequivocally did. His courage was never in question, and his commitment to take care of others was consistent his whole life. As I said in a word, Alex was good. I don't want to focus on that day as much as I might be driven there, for the story for Alex is so much more. He was always heroic. But real-life heroes live in the background, which is what Alex did. He was always just Teves to his friends, or Alex to us. But that was as much an adjective as a noun. Everyone always wanted to be around him because he always stood for good, he always stood for love, he always stood for doing what was right. But doing those things require effort and dedication. He focused on people and believed people were inherently good. Alex knew love is the most powerful force on earth, and that being good led you to love. Alex's display of courage was demonstrated throughout his life, but one story of note happened in college. Alex was a passenger in a very bad motor vehicle accident. And even though he had injuries that would eventually lead him into the ICU, Alex managed to get out of the vehicle and tried to help his friends to safety. Once the paramedics arrived unseen, Alex continued to tell the paramedics to take his friends first in the medevac helicopter when he was actually in worse shape than the majority of them. It only ended when the medevac paramedics forced him to go. Alex was strong both in body and spirit and had an inherent confidence that he leveraged to help people and make them all get along. There's hundreds of stories where he used his confidence and his strength to diffuse a situation, but I'll share one with you. One night when we were walking home after having dinner at a local restaurant, we ended up around some young men who were inebriated and agitated. I was quite sure things were not going to end well, and quite frankly, I'm much too old to have these things happen. But Alex moved in between the 3 men and myself and displayed confidence, strength, but at the same time was not overly aggressive. He made them realize that he was not someone to be reckoned with, but always allowed them to maintain their dignity so they didn't feel compelled to make the situation worse. We all ended up high-fiving. The 2 of us walked home. People could just feel his strength. He used his skills to help, not hurt society as a whole, and always treated people as individuals. Alex loved superheroes. I'm not certain why. He had a fascination with Spider-Man, but he loved him. Maybe it was because Alex was always climbing things before he could even walk, like his changing table in the nursery or the time he climbed in the refrigerator to get milk. And then, it was into the refrigerator. We found him on the shelf. I almost didn't see him, was about to close the door. But I think Alex liked Spider-Man because Alex's inherent goodness and ability to convey that to others, to drive them to be better, to create collaboration, was in some way like a spider's web, where he could connect individuals from different backgrounds together so that everyone could hang out and be with each other and have a good time. The human synergies that he created allowed him to be stronger than the sum of the parts. Alex was always thinking that collaboration was good and that people connecting in a positive manner was why he was put on earth. Alex also loved all music. It soothed his soul. He was a very good guitar player, but he was too modest to ever display it, and often in public, and we would have to beg him to play. Occasionally, as a special treat to his mom, he would take out the guitar and play for her. We would all just watch playing and watch his mom delight with the glowing pride and admiration for his talent and knowing that his love for her overcame his shyness. The last year of his life, when Alex came home for Christmas in 2011, Amanda, who was the love of his life, was with her family in New Mexico, and Alex spent a lot of the time playing guitar in his room, and we had no idea, but we found out later that he recorded a CD singing songs to Amanda, and thank God we still have that CD. He also loved food, but when you asked him what he wanted to eat, he would say something delicious. This way he would ensure he would get food that would be good, but would allow everyone else to get what they wanted. He always focused on relationships. I learned a lot from Alex. He taught me to be a better person. He once said to me, after watching me for many years working a day or week from home as I do, that he wanted to help people, not do what I do. And I don't blame him. He had the courage and the fortitude to do what he wanted to do, regardless that the outcome may have resulted in a lower paycheck. Helping people and a quality of life were paramount to Alex. He had his mom to himself for various reasons for the first 6 years of his life, but I will never forget how excited he was when he found out he was having a brother, though he knew it meant he would no longer have his mom to himself. He had zero issues sharing her to bring more people into the family. Alex always took the time to connect with his brothers. Alex loved them both, and he was their hero. Alex helped teach them how to be a better person. Alex also helped me teach me how to be a better father. He was also counseling me and helping me find a better way to connect with them, as well as helping me prioritize what was an issue and what was just something I didn't understand, but was essentially innocuous, as the world has changed somewhat since I was a young man. Alex always did the right thing, regardless of who was watching. It came easy to him because he knew if you always did the right thing, you didn't have to worry about the ramifications. And quite frankly, whenever he did something wrong, you got caught. It's interesting, but his goodness has almost grown since his death. The outpouring of love from family, friends, business associates, the people who run this court, and the general populace who hear his story is amazing. I could not begin to recount all the positive things I have experienced, read, and heard over the last 3+ years. But I'm hoping that in some way it'll inspire others to do the right thing, to be good. It's not that complicated, but it's not easy. Alex laid down his life for the love of his life, and Karen and I would expect nothing less from him. The last act of his life was characteristic of how he lived his life every day. Alex loved his family, he loved his mother. Karen not only lost her first baby boy, she lost her best friend. To say she's devastated would be the greatest understatement of my life. But she remains strong in respect to his memory, the strongest woman I've ever known. Honoring her memory by standing in front of you and holding it together as best as she could in the stand during the penalty phase was very, very difficult. But during this entire 3+ years, she's been a rock. Honestly, she is in so much pain, I'm almost shocked when I wake up in the morning and she hasn't died from a broken heart. Tommy and Nick lost their role model, and what a great role model he was, but it has broken their hearts not to have him around any longer. They remain strong, as that what Alex would want for them, but they will grieve the rest of their life. Amanda lost the love of her life, as did Alex, a love both of them had just been starting to build together. Rarely do people find someone who's perfect for them, but they did. They had a love of a lifetime in 2 short years. The world is worse off that Alex is not here, but heaven has gained an extremely competent angel who will keep us safer as we all try to do good in his honor. We will miss Alex. We loved him with all our heart and soul. I will miss him when I'm feeling lonely and I don't have him to call and chat. His mom misses the constant texts, words with friends, games and daily calls, and so much more. All the little things you do with your best friend. Tommy will miss the constant direction and reassurance that he was going in the right direction and having someone look up to him. We all need that. Nick will miss that his big brother won't be there to guide him through the maze of college challenges and other challenges as you try to grow up the right way. We will all miss him dearly. We loved him, he loved us, and we were the true average American family. We weren't special or extraordinary. We were merely 5 people who truly loved, trusted, and believed in each other. The emptiness in our hearts that Alex leaves in the wake of this move to heaven from earth will impact all of our lives until we are allowed to meet our Maker and reunite with Alex in heaven. Alex is a true man's man, not a blowhard or someone who cares only about winning the battle, not the war, but a true gentleman who cared about people realizing that people matter. Things and causes don't matter if they don't help out the populace. His cowardly act took from the world a true hero in every sense of the word, and we're all worse for wear without him. Generations have been taken from my family and from the world, generations of good. Unlike the defense, I will speak the truth because the truth is what must be spoken in court and, quite frankly, in life. This has also impacted us from a perspective of evil. Our family is disgusted with this situation, Your Honor. There is no denying that the individual who killed my son is evil, pure and simple. This coward ambushed innocent people and was hoping to do the maximum damage. As a diversion, this convicted murderer wanted to blow up an apartment building, killing many people and many first responders so he could keep the police responding to the theater and allow him to kill as many people as he could inside. Only by his complete incompetence did he fail on his mission. He's an epic failure in trying to kill as many people as possible to increase his worth. He only managed to kill 13 innocent souls. If he had any competence, he would have wreaked extremely more havoc with this cowardly ambush. But his failure, and I'm sure he knows it in his heart, the defendant snuck back into the theater due to a major negligence on the theater operator's part and started shooting at everyone with a semi-automatic weapon with full metal jacket bullets at people who were sitting ducks. It is a miracle that more people did not die. Thankfully, the defendant was completely incompetent, a total coward, and once his gun jammed, he ran for the car. The coward was not only evil, but inept and a failure, since a more cowardly act would be hard to find in recorded history. What he isn't is crazy, and the jury saw through that quickly. There should and never will be an excuse to do what he did. It's not okay, regardless of what you pretend to be. The impact to my family continued after the act itself and continues to cause us outrage. The defendant had a plan that if he got caught, he would plead insanity so he could continue to live. Additionally, to add insult to injury, he engaged the public defender's office, and for $25, less than a family of 4 would spend for lunch, he'll get roughly $15 million worth of the taxpayers' money just from the defense. My family continues to be offended by this because the defense position was to say, yes, he did kill all these people, but legally we won't admit it. We will propose that he did it because he had a mental hangnail and he can't be held accountable. My family finds this to be one of the most horrible misuses of law and taxpayer money ever to be perpetrated on the public. My family is hard-pressed to support a government who thinks it's okay to sneak into a movie theater with full ballistic armor, a shotgun, a pistol, and a semi-automatic weapon with full metal jacket bullets and start firing into a crowd indiscriminately to increase its value. And then, when caught, say I did it, but it wasn't my fault. The devil made me do it. Yes, the defendant is evil, no question. But as a society, we have to hold people accountable. And the jury in record fashion did. He was held accountable. But the laws must change. You cannot have an excuse for doing what he did. The victimization of my family continued by the defendants and his agents. We had to endure 3+ years of the public defender's office creating countless irrelevant delays, silly arguments, notes at our first Christmas without Alex when they reached out to chat about the defendant to our family. Are you kidding me at Christmas? The second Christmas without Alex, there was the reopening of the theater by a shameless, negligent company that obviously cares nothing about people. Our third Christmas without Alex, there was the release of the prayer book by the murderer's mother trying to sway the jury pool. With each of these Christmas insults, we continued on at the hardest part of the year to live without Alex, as he always came together for Christmas. It was and is really difficult. The defendant's agent at the murderer's direction continued to attempt to destroy my family with countless acts as evil. At one point, the public defender used the analogy describing the bullet projections that blew my son's head off to the path of one of Tom Brady's underinflated footballs, i.e. Deflategate. Could there be a more insensitive comment on public stage? It was reprehensible. Yet we, my family and I, honoring the decorum morum that you set, Your Honor, said nothing. The insult is disgusting at best. How heartless and insensitive to say to people whose loved one was brutally murdered, to endure that. I would only ask that tonight the public defender, Mr. King, look at one of his loved ones. And imagine one of Tom Brady's deflated footballs disguised as a full metal jacket bullet going through their head with their brains going out on all the people they loved. Think how that would feel. That's what my family's had to endure, Your Honor. Or, acting as agents of the defendant, the defense objected to picture of my son's autopsy as too grotesque and prejudicial. Well, guess what? That's what this coward did to my son. These agents of the murderer, the defense attorney's team, disgust my family and create horrible pain and suffering so that these attorneys can enhance their resumes and get real jobs where they can make more money. They are driven by money and they only care about themselves, the antithesis of my son, who only cared about others. These are people who defend cowards and by such are cowards themselves. The defendant's agents also attacked me personally in the restroom of this courthouse during the trial. I'm a 55-year-old man, and the defendant's investigator, an agent of the court, 20 years my junior, and 100 pounds heavier, threatened me with the lead attendant, Mr. King, watching, and did nothing to right the wrong. How disgusting that you would threaten in a court environment a murder victim's father in a restroom because you had the audacity to talk to another murder victim's father. I was in the restroom with a man whose son was killed in Columbine. Honestly, it's evil, Your Honor, pure evil. I think it's fair to say that this defendant and his agents worked diligently to create as much pain for all the victims as possible via their words and actions during the trial. To say they disgust me would be an understatement. They are horrible human beings trying solely to increase their standing and net worth via this trial. Much like the defendant pretended to do by killing people, except these folks are not going to jail and did not have to plead some fabricated defense. Judge, I was fine with both the verdicts. I'm Catholic, and I never wanted the defendant to be put to death. It wasn't a death sentence, so these lawyers enhanced their resume. No one will care about the murderer moving into the future. He can stay in a little tiny room for the next 60 years or until he dies, unless he has the courage, which he won't, to come out. It has been said that cowards die many times before their deaths. The violent never taste death but once. And in Alex's case, I'm certain the Lord took him before the bullet hit him. So the coward and his accomplices continue to lose, and the brave and the loving will always win. Additionally, the impact of my family by the coward defendants and his agents continue to this day. With the prosecution asking to hold this sentencing hearing sooner, the defense said they were not available. Even though, by His Honor's orders, they were told to be available on those dates, that court would be held on those days. Because of that delay, my surviving sons, Alex's brothers, were not able to attend and speak out, as is their right today, because this is the first week of their university studies. They had to be in school. Had the lead defense attorney been a man of his word, which we know he is not, and been available to be as agreed prior, Alex's brothers would have been able to speak their minds at this proceeding. So Mr. King's selfishness and self-centered behavior robbed them of this healing act. But we will overcome. As evil as Mr. King is, he is powerless in the face of good. To continue the evil acts, Ms. Brady, who laughed and joked with the coward at the proceedings on many occasions, was sitting at an outside coffee house at Arapahoe in Peoria, laughing with her friends like it was her birthday, while the jury was deciding whether their defendant, lived or died. The verdict was reached about an hour after I saw her. None of these agents of evil care about the defendant. They only care about furthering their careers. At least the defense is consistent in the protection of the guilty cowards and their re-victimization of the folks that pay their salary. Quite frankly, they all disgust us. Again, I'd like to take the time to thank the people that we did meet here, from the district attorney, the sheriff's office, the Aurora Met, and yourself, Your Honor. Today, I will walk out of here from all this evil and move on with my life. Hopefully never thinking of any of the evil people that I've outlined here and staying in touch with all the good people who helped us through this. I'll walk away a free man, but those who know what they did to innocent people and victims will have to live with themselves, in and out of jail. Good luck with that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Teves. Ms. Tish McGuire, do you want to call one more before we take our lunch break, please?
Lonnie Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Judge. My name is Lonnie Phillips, Lonnie, Phillips, Phillips. I'm here today to represent my daughter, Jessica Gowie, speaking for my wife, Sandy. Monster is defined as an inhumanly cruel or wicked person. Evil is described and defined as a profound immorality, wickedness, and depravity. The defendant is both of those definitions, and because his actions were both evil and monstrous, Sandy and I live in a world where everything we once knew and believed in has been turned upside down. There is nothing normal in our lives. Our finances, our careers, our future has been ripped from us because of these acts perpetrated on a theater full of innocent people. Our daughter, Jessica Gowie, whose spirit was kind, loving, joyful, and full of concern for others, was shot 6 times, causing horrific wounds. The kill shot left a 5-inch hole in her left eye. Sandy still has nightmares and goes to bed each night with that vision and wakes each day realizing that it's how our daughter died, with her brains blown out on the theater floor. Watching the defendant throughout the trial, watch himself on the video screens, watch the autopsy reports and shed not one tear or show any sign of remorse, made us reevaluate the death sentence. If any murderer in our history deserves to die, it's him. No matter what his reason or excuse, his action deserved no less than death. But Colorado law requires a unanimous verdict, so he will get to visit with his parents, receive letters, watch TV, be fed, and protected for the rest of his life. While he is spared, he callously delivered a death sentence without any moral regret to our daughter and 11 others he wanted to kill every person there, and still admits he wants to kill to make himself feel better. He admitted he protected himself because he's afraid of pain. Well, prison's no picnic, and knowing he will understand some level of pain for the rest of his pathetic life will be enough. Sandy and I choose to live our lives as Jessie lived hers, boldly. We will do so fighting to change the laws that allowed this type of person to get his hands on an arsenal with a click of a mouse. He may have stolen our most precious daughter from us, but her legacy will live on through positive work, where he will languish and hopefully be forgotten in prison. He deserves no notoriety. We no longer hear Jessie's footsteps coming to our front door. We no longer hear her laugh, see her sparkling green eyes. She no longer lays in my lap. We no longer see her perfect smile or feel her warm hugs or her tender kisses. We'll never see her get engaged, walk down the aisle, or progress in her career, or hold a precious grandchild. He stole what our future should have been as well as hers. He does not deserve empathy or sympathy. He deserved nothing but contempt. We cannot help but believe that his selfish act of killing innocent people in cold blood will bring out the best in mankind. There was at least one person on the jury who could not morally take his life, no matter that he has no soul, and we respect that. The outpouring of love, compassion, and support that Sandy and I have felt is proof enough for us that the mankind he hated and wanted to destroy has more good in it than evil. He knows he will rot in jail, but because he does not believe in God, he's not aware yet that he's going to burn in hell.
All right, Mr. Phillips, thank you. It's almost 12:20, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Is that okay, Ms. Tishman?
Yeah, Your Honor, may I approach the list the court requested?
Yes.
Thank you, and I have a copy for the defense
Great,
as well.
thank you. All right, is it okay with all of you if we come back at 1:40? It's about an hour and 20 minutes. Is that enough time for everybody?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay with you, Mr. King? Yes. All right, 1:40. The court will be in recess. Thank you, and thank you for the list.
Please rise.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that the defendant is present with the same attorneys who were here this morning, and the same prosecutors are present on behalf of the people. Are you folks ready to proceed, Ms. Stitch McGuire?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who would you like to call next?
The people called Katie Medley and Caleb Medley, and also an interpreter, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Know exactly where you want Caleb at, so he can.
That's okay.
You think
That's
you'll be
good
able to
right
hear him
there.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. You have a nice lunch?
We
did.
I think that's the first time I've been asked that question.
We gotta lighten it up a little. It's been a rough day, right?
I can understand. Before you start, let me have you state your name for the record and Caleb's name for the record, okay, please?
Katie Medley, K-A-T-I-E-M-E-D-L-E-Y. Caleb Medley, C-A-L-E-B-M-E-D-L-E-Y.
And let's have the interpreter please introduce herself.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Nereida, N-E-R-E-Y-D-A, last name Gonzalez.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Okay, I'm gonna read Caleb's impact statement. He just did the form that they sent to us, so he just told me what he wanted to put down, and then if he wants to add anything, I'll let him do that, so.
Great.
So the first one says, please describe how this crime has affected your life and or family. And he said, it made me dependent on everyone else. I can't make many of my own choices because of my injuries. I am in a wheelchair and cannot walk or drive, and it took away my independence, and I can't work. The second one was on there, please describe any physical or emotional injuries sustained as a result of the crime. And he said, I was shot in the head, I lost my right eye, and I can't walk. The next one says, what do you believe could be done in assistance in repairing the harm inflicted on you and your family? And he said, nothing will make this better. And the last one said, are there any conditions you would like to see the court impose on the defendant? And he just put, no contact with me or my family. Do you want to add anything? Are you sure? Yeah? Okay. So I'm going to read mine now.
Okay.
Our life is full of lost moments and stolen memories. It is hard to put into words how many aspects of our life has changed because of the shooting. My husband Caleb was shot in the face and suffered a traumatic brain injury as a result. This happened just days before he became a dad for the first time. I was 9 months pregnant, sitting next to my husband when he was shot in the head. And just days later, while I was giving birth, Caleb was having his third brain surgery. The birth of our son Hugo should have been the most amazing moment of our marriage so far. Instead, it was a bittersweet moment that we didn't even get to spend together. The first time Caleb held his son, he was still in an induced coma in ICU, fighting for his life. Hugo was around 2 months old when Caleb saw him for the first time. This was just the beginning of a long journey, a journey that we will be taking for the rest of our lives. Caleb and I met in high school and started dating our senior year. Even in high school, Caleb was independent. He had a job and paid for his own car. And what I loved most about him was his sense of humor and his pure kindness towards everyone. While we were dating, we found a shared love of movies. We loved going to movies probably more than most people do. After the shooting, we no longer enjoy the simple pleasure of going to see a movie together. Caleb has known for some time that he has always wanted to be a stand-up comedian. But if he couldn't be a comedian, he wanted to be an English teacher. He loved reading and writing. He loves to read and to write, But sadly, Caleb no longer gets to enjoy the simple pleasure of just sitting down and writing a letter or just reading his favorite book because of his brain injury. His vision loss makes it very hard to see, and it also makes it hard for him to be able to pick up a pen and just write. So because of his injuries, it has stolen away everything that Caleb loves about life: his independence, stand-up comedy, reading and writing, and just being able to be a normal dad. As the years have passed since July 20th of 2012, I have not been able to work due to my husband's injury. As he has needed 24-hour care, 3 years, he's needed 24-hour care. 3 years after multiple hospitals and expensive therapies, Caleb is still wheelchair-bound and needs help with nearly all daily tasks. Caleb is unable to go to the restroom by himself. He needs help showering and even getting dressed and eating. He also has to take multiple medications daily to maintain his health. He is at risk for seizures along with various other health risks due to his injuries. Although Caleb is happy, he will never be the person he was before, and he will never lead a normal life. Every single day is a reminder of how the shooting destroyed our lives. Becoming a parent is a life-changing experience. Making that transition with a disabled husband had to be the hardest trial of my life so far. I went from being a college student to being a mom and a caregiver. I have not been able to return to school that I was attending, and I most likely never will. On a personal level, I have had a very difficult time dealing with the shooting. I suffer from PTSD and anxiety because of what happened, and completing day-to-day tasks has become very hard. I've been to multiple therapists and have to take prescriptions to help with my PTSD and anxiety. You want to play the video? Sorry. We're going to go ahead and show you a video of Caleb doing his stand-up. Hopefully it's appropriate. Let me see it. It's over here. No, that's okay. We can just do some photos if you want to show some photos. Sorry. I guess the video's not working. That's Caleb up there doing stand-up.
Is that on our part or their part? No, it's on them.
Oh, like the video doesn't have sound or something? Like we didn't send it right? Oh, okay. Well, I think she's going to pull up some photos. Some of the photos that are on there are just like pictures at me and Caleb's wedding right there. This was the picture that was taken the day of the shooting at 9 months pregnant. This was the morning before. And Caleb and his friend Michael. So Caleb was obviously a big comedian. And at our wedding, it's a pretty recent family photo with Hugo and Caleb's family. So in conclusion, our life as a family will never be normal. And we will always carry the burden of what happened to our family on July 20th of 2012. Caleb will never be able to be the dad he could have been. He will not get to teach his son how to ride a bike or how to throw a ball. He will never be able to sit down and probably read him a book. He'll never run with him. They'll never take father-son trips. Caleb has never even been alone with his son at this point because our son is still so small and Caleb is incapable of being able to take care of him at this point. So he will grow up without ever knowing who his dad was before the shooting. Our life is full of lost moments and stolen memories. And I don't know if this is possible, but we wanted to request that the defendant not be put in Fremont County. I don't know if that's something you deal with or if DOC deals with, but we live in Fremont County, which is kind of prison town. So we wanted to request if that was possible for him not to be placed into Fremont County. And then we would also like no contact with the defendant at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Teach McGuire?
Jacob Wilwert.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Wilwert. It's JACOBWILWERT. Just like to say good afternoon, Your Honor, and to the court. I currently am a major serving in the United States Air Force at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. I've been in the Air Force since 2004, and currently I'm a B-52 instructor pilot with approximately 2,000 flying hours. Yes, it has 8 engines, and the last one was built in 1961.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
If you could slow down just a little bit, so that my court reporter can keep up with you, okay?
Yes, they still fly, and we're pretty good at it. Thanks. Nora Wilwert is my wonderful wife. We have been married for over 11 years. She has stuck by me through thick and thin, despite having lived through multiple deployments and moves, along with being the amazing mother of our 3 children. I love her more and more every year, and I'm glad to share my life with her. John Larimer was my brother-in-law, and although I didn't meet him until 2002, I had watched him grow up significantly in the 10 years I knew him and would consider him a good friend. I was proud to call him my brother. I wish I was up here today to talking about how in the last 3 years we had shared lots of good memories together, especially with our bond of being in the military together. Unfortunately, that is not what I'm here to discuss with you. Instead, I'm here to share what this experience has done to my family and the difficulties and hardships we've had to endure. Also, unfortunately, I'm in the position of already having lost a sibling at a young age. In fact, she too suffered from mental illness. In 2001, right before I started dating Nora, my sister Jill Wilbert committed suicide at the age of 21 after dealing with severe depression for a few years. She was diagnosed and sought treatment for some time, but eventually she lost all hope and took her own life in October of that year. All the pain and suffering she felt was focused inward and not outward, unlike in this case. She took those deep, dark emotions and hurt only herself. Losing her was hard in many ways, and I've been dealing with that loss for a long time. However, that grief nowadays has become much more of a dull pain. But it did give me a very unique perspective and in some ways prepared me for how Nora was affected by losing John. On that day, July 20th, Nora and I were actually in Illinois, having gone back for a few weeks to see her family and her, at that time, almost 100-year-old great-grandmother on her birthday. We were supposed to be going to Six Flags that day without the kids, so yay. Nora had gotten up early that day with our youngest son, Alec. I recall her coming upstairs and saying something bad had happened and that her sisters and Nora couldn't get a hold of John. I remember having a horrible feeling in my gut, and I started getting dressed, and after discussing what had happened, I spent the next few hours trying to talk to someone at John's base, basically, to try and find out where John was. After finding out that he was in fact at the theater and had probably been injured, our focus then turned to the hospitals and the police. I probably spent about 4 to 6 hours on the next 4 to 6 hours on the phone talking to different places and agencies without garnering any real concrete information. To say it was frustrating and fearful is a gross understatement. We found out John was dead that night about 8 p.m. after Noel, who was John's brother, went to Colorado and had been pulled into Gateway High School with the military there by his side. It still feels like someone knocked the wind out of me saying that. Obviously, everyone was devastated about all this when we found out, but the hardest part was telling my oldest son, Jack, why everyone was so sad and trying to explain to a 6-year-old how he would never see his uncle again. The next few days were a blur of emotional and draining experiences. Being in the military, I was impressed by how much support the public showed towards John and his service, although he had only been serving for a few years. His service and sacrifice meant something to a lot of people. One of the most difficult parts was dealing with the media presence that had camped outside Nora's parents' house. We made a point about not talking to the media at all, but they were always there trying to eke out some gut-wrenching comments or get a short video clip to show our suffering that would garner national attention. Toughest part to me personally was watching the commercial jet land at O'Hare with John on board and seeing the fountains of water over the plane, and the staring eyes of the passengers on board and at the gate. And the most touching part was the drive back in the procession. It was really awe-inspiring and touching. There was probably over 100 men and women of the old guard present on motorcycles, along with many different police and fire agencies involved in escorting us to make that hour-long trip back to Crystal Lake. There were very many people who stood outside their homes and places of work to wave flags and hold up signs to support us and John. That event and those memories will always be cherished by me, and it still brings tears to my eyes to talk. At some point, however, we had to go back to our home in Louisiana and back to our normal lives, except nothing was ever normal again, especially for my wife, Nora. She was often upset and despondent at times, and other times very hard to read. She would pull away emotionally for days and be very quiet, and then suddenly she would be crying and completely upset. I could recognize some of this because I had experienced much of the same emotions and feelings, although on a much more personal level 10 years earlier. However, this loss was something bigger, much bigger to all of us because of the magnitude of impact it had here in Colorado and back home. We had the support of some really good friends, but the events and aftermath really showed some people's true colors and put other people in very awkward situations, so that those that we couldn't really empathize with their situation would often pull away. I hated having to tell coworkers and friends about our loss because you would just see it have an immediate draining effect on their faces and especially the concern in their eyes. As my children grew older and continued to work through preparing for the trial, along with the grief and suffering, my children became much more aware of what happened and expressed it in different ways. One of the more touching moments was about a year ago. My daughter Leah was wearing a Batman cape and Iron Man mask, and she told me to stay and watch our youngest Alec while she went to go fight the bad guy who killed Uncle John. Another time, my son Jack woke up in the middle of the night crying, saying he missed his uncle and was holding his teddy bear with John's picture on it. And it broke my heart. But I told him John's still here and he's watching out for him. As time wore on and a year or two passed, it was surprising to hear people say that they thought the trial was over or everything had already been resolved. Eventually it did start. Nora and I had some tough decisions to try and work out how we would logistically handle having our family out here and how much work I could miss without severely impacting everything in our lives. It was very important to both of us to be out here as much as possible and to see and hear and experience this trial and honor John's memory. Although it was difficult at times, we spent a lot of time apart. I know today it was worth that stress because I saw justice being served. I'd like to express my thanks to you, sir, for the handling of this trial. It was a daunting and difficult task full of hard decisions, and although I didn't completely agree with all of them, I saw the serious concern and unbiased decisions Your Honor made have a real impact in how this case was handled. At first, I wasn't sure how much I would like that the trial was going to be broadcast live, but it did allow me to be in Louisiana and follow the case and share my thoughts with Nora while we were apart. But in the limited fashion it was presented, I feel like our privacy and concerns as victims was preserved. For that, thank you, and for the members of the media that were here that respected our wishes the last few months, thank you also. To the District Attorney's Office and the prosecution team, I cannot put into words what this process has meant to Nora and I. Although it was never easy, and I'm sure it has taken a toll on you and your families, I am so thankful of your efforts and time and your dedication to this cause. I swore an oath 11 years ago to defend this country and our way of life against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and if needed, I would lay down my life to do so. I have never flown in combat, although I have come close, and if called upon, I would kill others in carrying out those duties. I have lost close friends and seen the impact that it has on their families and what their sacrifice meant. Yet the man who has become my greatest enemy and caused me the most harm and distress is sitting in this room, and I could not do anything about it, personally, other than to trust in your efforts and beliefs, and I'm glad to say that this day you did what I could not. I also would like to thank the deputies in this room for keeping us all safe and secure, maybe even at the cost of a few kicks from that crazy lady. To the rest of my family here, not just my in-laws, but all of you sitting over there, it has been a long and arduous road, but meeting all of you has been a very awesome blessing. And I know I wouldn't be standing here today without your support. We only got through all of this because we came together and carried each other through this. Love prevails over hate and pain, and I love all of you. To the defendant, I don't have much to say. I take solace in the fact that in a few days this will all be over and I will go home and raise my children and hold my wife and family close and continue in our lives, and that the defendant will fade into obscurity and someday he will have nothing left, while John's memory will live on in us, and we will honor John by sharing John's story with my kids and grandkids. Finally, I know that outside the doors of this courthouse, there is only one guaranteed thing left in this world for both of us, and that is death. I am not afraid to face mine. But we all know that on that day, you were and you still are. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Teach McGuire?
Nora Wilbert.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nora Wilbert, Norawilwert. I'm a little nervous. John was the public speaker of our family, so. To understand my loss, I must start with whom I lost. John Larimer was my little brother. We are a family of 5 children. I am the oldest, followed by my sisters, Ann and Beth, my brother Noel, and my youngest brother, John. We are a loud and crazy family, but we were always warm and loving. We spent tons of time together as kids. I'm not going to say we always got along, but we always loved each other very much. As I grew up and got busy with high school and went off to college, I didn't get to see my siblings as much, but we remained close. When I would come home from breaks during college, my siblings and I would hang out, especially my brothers and I would stay up till the wee hours of the morning, playing trivia games and hanging out and just talking. All of my siblings and I have this wonderful, comfortable ease, and we could just spend hours together. And though we might spend long times apart and many miles between us, when we get together, it is as if no time has passed. I could spend hours talking about all the wonderful memories I have about John, but I will restrain myself to 3 of the more important ones. During the summer of 2007, my husband was deployed for the very first time, and I decided to take my then only son, Jack, who was 1.5, to go up and stay with my parents in Illinois. John was home for the summer from college, and we spent the whole summer together. And this is the summer that John went from being my little brother to one of my best friends. It's odd to say that my little brother, took me under his wing, but that is exactly what he did. He was amazing that summer. We did everything together. He helped with my son. He invited me out with his friends, even though I felt like his dorky older sister. He listened to me when I grumbled about the difficulties of deployment. My parents would graciously watch Jack, and we would go and do things together. We played sand volleyball together. We went bowling. We hung out with his friends, and we must have seen probably 20 movies, including about 8 midnight showings. I truly cannot put into words how much that summer meant to me, or how much it changed my relationship with my brother. In the summer of 2009, we went on a siblings vacation. All 5 of us siblings, along with my husband and my sister's husbands, went to Wisconsin for the weekend. We stayed in a cabin and did several outdoor activities, including kayaking and rock climbing and whitewater rafting, which was one of my favorite. And then we just spent all night hanging out by the campfire and talking and hanging out and catching up. These were a few of my favorite days, and I will cherish these memories forever. In June of 2012, we went on another family vacation to Missouri. My husband and my 3 kids drove up from Louisiana. My parents and sisters and their children came down from Illinois. Noel came in from Washington State, and John came in here from Buckley Air Force Base. This is a significant vacation because it shows our commitment to coming together as a family and spending time together, and it was the very last time that I saw John alive. It was also at this vacation that I noticed a change in his persona. He was so confident and self-assured. He loved his new job in the Navy. He loved his job in the Navy, and he was doing well at it. And so many of his coworkers and commanders that we met after his death at his wake and funeral all commented on how well he was doing and spoke so highly of him. He was saving lives and making a difference, and this showed. I was so proud of him and the work he was doing. I share these stories of examples of our closeness, of me and my brother and my whole family. I didn't consider John just a brother or a sibling. I considered him one of my best friends, and this is true of all my siblings. We are close. We constantly text and talk and hang out as much as possible. What kind of person was John? John was super smart and had a great memory. It was one of the reasons why he was so good at his job. It was also one of the reasons he was so good at trivia games that he constantly kicked our butts at. Star Wars Trivial Pursuit was our favorite. We would play it every Christmas into the wee hours of the morning. And when we buried him, I actually buried him with the figurine from that game. It was the one he was always. He was funny and witty with a dry sense of humor. He was mature but not above being silly. He was the kind of guy who would show up at a car wash fundraiser in a banana costume just to make people smile. He was always there with a witty comeback or a smart one-liner, just make people laugh and smile. John was also very grounded in his sense of right and wrong, and he wasn't afraid to stand up for his beliefs. I always admired his ability to speak his mind, but do so in a way that was intelligent and clever, that made people want to listen to him. John was also a wonderful friend. He loved being with his friends and family, and he would sacrifice sleep to spend the time with the people he cared about. This is why he was at a midnight showing of a movie when he had to work at 5 a.m. the next morning. John was a great friend. He was loyal and dedicated and took care of his friends. He was the kind of guy who would help anybody in a bind. This is evident in his death. He died trying to protect those around him, and his friends then risked their lives to go back in and try and save him. I was in awe to see how many of John's friends came to his funeral and his memorials, and how impacted they were. He was loved and missed by so many, and he forever will be. He still receives posts on his Facebook page and people expressing their loss and sadness over his death, or just sharing memories and fun times of his life. How has this crime affected me and my family? This crime has been very difficult on me and my family. Because of the randomness and particularly violent nature of this crime, I am still very anxious and nervous. Large groups of people make me uncomfortable, but it is difficult to be alone. I have had panic attacks when I have felt confronted and get particularly upset by agitated or confrontational people, not knowing who might turn violent. This has caused me to become much more reserved and shy away from conflict and not speak up even when something is bothering me. It has made me much more fearful for my life and the lives of my family. It is extremely difficult for me to let my children out of my sight, especially in the weeks following the crime. I wanted to know that they were safe all the time. The same with my husband. When he's flying and when he's out and I can't get a hold of him, I'm scared and my brain instantly goes to the worst case scenario. Going to the movie theater after the shooting was extremely difficult, but because it was an activity that John and I loved so much, it was something I had to work very hard to overcome. But I still have trouble, and I've had to leave the theater several times because it was too much. July 20th, 2012 is the worst day of my life times 1,000. We spent all day not knowing what exactly had happened to John, making frantic phone calls and begging people for information that nobody would give us. Being so far away from Colorado made us feel helpless. And when we finally found out that he was dead, it was physically painful, like being punched in the stomach, but worse. The weeks to follow that were the hardest thing I've ever been through. I could barely eat. I couldn't sleep without nightmares. I couldn't get the images of the theater out of my head. I kept hearing the screams and picturing my wonderful brother dead on that dirty theater floor. I have had a physical and physiological change due to the stress and the grief. There are still things, even small things, like a smell or a song that was on the radio during that week, and I have a physical reaction to them. And because of the high-profile nature of this crime, the media was extremely stressful. The media called incessantly, and they camped out in front of my parents' house for several days after the shooting. They were present at his wake and his funeral. And to be going through something so difficult and to have reporters shove cameras in my face and ask intrusive questions made a ridiculously awful situation even worse. Images of the defendant and graphic images of the theater were all over the place. I couldn't open up my computer to check my email or flip on the television without it being there. I would go out in public or be at work, and it would come on the TVs or be on the cover of magazines or newspapers at the grocery store. It was everywhere. There were also several times, I'm sorry, I got lost here. Unfortunately, I don't think that the media coverage will ever completely fade away. It will subside as the trial is over, but with the internet, these images are never going to go away, and I have tried hard to protect my children from these images and graphic stories, but they will forever be out there, and I fear someday they will be subjected to them. Because John was in the Navy, the military aspect of his death was very impactful. My husband, who's been in the Air Force for over 10 years, and the military has been a huge part of our lives. As a military spouse, one of my biggest fears has always been the death notification team coming to the front door in their dress uniforms. I just never thought I would open that door to be informed of my brother's death. The funeral and memorials were honoring but extremely overwhelming. Hearing the 21-gun salute and being handed his folded flag was extremely difficult. The number of military people who came out to John's funeral was impressive. A large number of John's command, his co-workers, along with several of our friends and co-workers from our base, attended. People flew in from the hundreds to attend, show their respects, and share their loss. This crime has severely impacted my relationships with many people in my life. A few of my friends have been amazing, and I would not have been able to cope without them. But many of them didn't know what to say about the crime or the loss, and so many were afraid to say something that upset me that they stopped talking to me altogether. I've lost several friendships because of this. Some other people in the community and co-workers treated me like I was damaged or broken or avoided me altogether. This made me feel like there was something wrong with me or that I was isolated. Because of this, I have found it hard to make new friends or talk about the crime or my brother with people I'm not very comfortable with because I'm afraid to scare them away. For months after the shooting, I had trouble sleeping, going to work, being around people, eating, enjoying anything. I was depressed, angry. I had trouble concentrating, and I cried constantly. I have worked very hard to come back from this and resume my life, but it is something I struggle with every day. How has this trial affected me and my family? Because of the length of the trial and the distance from our home in Louisiana, attending the trial was logistically difficult. I had to take an unpaid sabbatical from work. I had to leave my home, and my friends, and my family to attend the trial. My kids had to miss a little school. They had to leave their friends, and they had to give up their participation in their summer sports and activities. They spent long days in childcare and nights and weekends in a hotel room. I did my very best to make them comfortable, but I know this has taken their toll on them. And because my husband could not get all the time off of work, he was able to attend only small portions of the trial. This meant he spent weeks away from the kids and I. And because of the gag order before the trial, I was learning most of this information being presented in court for the first time. It was extremely important for me to learn as much about this case as possible. Nonetheless, taking in and processing so much information and emotions in a relatively short period of time was very taxing. So many parts of the trial were indescribably awful. A few being in the same room as the defendant, crime scene pictures and videos, autopsy pictures, hearing the victim describe the shooting, hearing family members of the deceased give impact statements, 911 calls, hearing first responders describe the scene, hearing the defendant describe his planning and execution of the shooting to Dr. Reed with little trace of remorse or emotion. Other than content, there were some functional aspects of the trial that were very difficult. I completely understand and respect court decorum rules, but it was very difficult to keep my emotions in check at all times. Long breaks and lunches added days to the trial, and I was really upset when the defense was given 3 extra days to prepare for their case when they had had years to get ready. Traveling from Louisiana to Colorado is long and expensive, Because this, I felt stuck here on long weekends, and it was tough with days off. One of the most functionally difficult aspects of the trial that I faced was the fact that I was not given the opportunity to testify during the 3rd phase of the penalty phase. From the moment I had heard that we might be able to give victim impact statements, this had become very important to me. I wanted to give John a voice and share the impact of his death and this crime on my family and me. And as I sat in the courtroom and watched brave victim after brave victim take the stand, it became more and more important to me. I could see and hear how nervous they were, but when they got done, I saw the relief on their face, and many of them seemed to be empowered by it. In a situation that I have felt completely powerless in, it was important to me to face my fears and stand up for John and my family and myself. I wanted to talk about John as a sibling and a peer and focus on the important parts of his life and his impact of his death to me, my siblings, and his friends. And this all went unsaid. The defendant's whole family got the opportunity to speak, along with people who barely knew him or hadn't spoken to him in 20 years, while the victims were limited to 13. This feels fundamentally unjust. When I think of the justice system, I think of the image of the balance scales, and 30 to 13 does not seem balanced to me. It felt as though the defendant's life was more important than the lives of his victims. I would, however, like to take a moment to give credit where credit is due. There are many aspects of this trial that I thought were handled very, very well. I thought the court did a great job explaining things to us, especially those with us without a law background. I found the overflow room extremely helpful for the times I couldn't be in court. I thought allowing therapy dogs in the courthouse was wonderful. And lastly, I think that the way that the court handled the media was done with respect to the victims. I admit the first time that I heard that cameras were going to be in the courtroom that this was very stressful for me. But I came to find that the fixed camera in the courtroom was actually helpful and that I could watch it when I wasn't able to attend, and my husband and family members and friends who couldn't attend could watch it from where they were. And I thought that the fact that the camera was not able to pan or zoom was very respectful. Attending this trial has been extremely important to me. I could not have been able to attend the trial for even a fraction of the time if it wasn't for the wonderful prosecuting attorneys and victim advocates. They were a great help and support. They were always caring and helpful and respectful. They listened to our concerns and thoughts and always took the time to answer our questions. I would also not have been able to financially afford to be here if it wasn't for the Victims' Compensation Fund. They helped cover some travel expenses and lodging. And lastly, I would not have been able to attend the trial if it was not for the free child care provided by the court. Knowing my kids were safe and taken care of and at a place they actually liked made all the difference. So thank you. As I have stated, attending this trial was extremely important to me. I will never say that it brought me closure or peace or even a sense of justice. What it did give me was knowledge and information and a little insight into the crime. Being able to listen and observe witnesses and victims and first responders and doctors and evidence let me form my own conclusions. It gave me the opportunity to meet and get to know some of the others affected by this crime. Hearing the other victims testify, hearing their stories, getting to know them was very helpful. Being able to talk and share with people who truly understood what I was going through because they were going through it themselves. How has this crime affected my children and my husband? At the time of the shooting, my children were ages 6, 3, and 8 months. I've had to walk the fine line between protecting them from the awfulness and graphic details of this crime and inform them about what happened to their Uncle John. It has been a struggle. Being around so much stress and sadness and not being able to articulate their own feelings was very stressful on them, especially in the weeks following the shooting. This stress manifested itself in many ways, including fear, tantrums, and nightmares. I don't want them to be scared or stressed, but it's hard because despite my best efforts, they see it in me. I hate that they have to grow up in a world where this evil is a part of their reality, and their Uncle John is not. My son Jack, who was 6 at the age of the crime, will probably be the only one of my children and all of John's nieces and nephews to remember him, the others being too young or not born yet. John loved his nieces and nephews. He was a little wary of them when they were little, but as they grew into toddlers and children, he was really settling into his role of being an uncle. He took them to the park, the pool, he'd play games with them, he'd hold them. And one of my son's favorite memories is when they went go-karting together in Missouri that last time we saw him. My husband Jacob has been my rock, but I know this loss has been hard on him. Not only was he also close to John, but he lost his sister in 2001, and this loss has brought back some of that pain. He has also had to be patient and understanding with me while I have been dealing with this grief, anger, frustration, and emotions of this crime and loss. How has this crime affected my future and the future of my family? I am not sure of all the long-term ramifications or effects that this crime will have on me and my family. Only time will tell. But what I am sure of is that I will never get to see my brother again. I miss the small things, like we won't get to go see the new Star Wars movie together, that I don't get to text him when I see something funny that reminds me of him, or that I have a question that I know he could answer right away. I miss the big things, like he will never get married. I will never get to dance at his wedding. He will never get to have a family. I won't get to see him become the great dad I know he could have been. I miss that he will never be at another holiday, a birthday, a wedding, or a milestone. He will not be there to watch my children grow up and be the uncle to them. He was so young and had so much potential. He had a wonderful career in the Navy and beyond in front of him, and he will not be able to make the difference in the world that I know he wanted to. I have observed and heard how difficult and impactful this crime has been on my parents and my siblings, who still struggle with its effects every day. My family and I are still close, but it feels as though there is a piece of us missing. When we all get together, it is as though there is an emptiness and a hole where John used to be. I have been forever changed by this crime and loss. It has affected almost every single aspect of my life, including my personality, my health, my family, my relationships, my job, and my outlook on the world. In conclusion, I think the defendant deserves the maximum amount of years in prison over his 12 life sentences. 1, because of the magnitude and especially heinous nature of this crime. 2, the defendant has never displayed any remorse for his actions. 3, because of how the crime has affected me and my family's lives and the lives of John's friends. And 4, after speaking to and hearing the testimony from the other victims and victims' family members and loved ones, I know that this crime has negatively impacted their lives as well. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to write and submit my impact statement. I have found it very helpful to share my thoughts with the court. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Mrs. Woolworth for her thoughtful comments. Let me try to see if I can explain one aspect of what she said. You don't have to stand there. You can have a seat if you like. But I'll try to explain with respect to the victim impact evidence. The law requires that I am very careful in terms of the victim impact evidence or testimony that is allowed at the sentencing hearing in front of the jury. Now, having said that, I did not set a limit of 13. What I said is I would allow one person to testify per deceased victim, and then at that point, I would consider who else the prosecution wanted to call. Now, the prosecution decided to call only one more person after the 12. And I suspect that they did that because they know the law the way I do as well. And that is, the law says you have to be very careful. Now, that's not because the law values the defendant more than the victims. And I think you made a comparison between the number of witnesses the defendant was allowed to call in mitigation versus the number of victims who testified with respect to victim impact. And it's not a quantity type of comparison. The reason why the law tells us to be careful is because the law recognizes how the risk that exists with respect to the type of strong emotion this type of victim impact testimony can evoke. You've been here, I think, today, and I think you've heard other people address the court, and obviously you made some remarks just now, and you can see how that type of statement can evoke strong emotions. And that's different than allowing someone who has been convicted of 12 murders present evidence about his childhood. That type of evidence does not have the same risk of evoking that type of emotion. And so that's why those two types of evidence are treated differently. And as I mentioned before, in a case in which the prosecution seeks the death penalty, the law sets the bar high in terms of what it takes to obtain a verdict of death. And I think we all understand why. And if any of us were ever charged with a crime or ever had a relative charged with a crime in which the death penalty was sought, we would want all of those constitutional rights just the same way. That's what our system is based on. It's based on all of us having constitutional rights. And that doesn't mean that the victims don't have any rights. You do. And you're standing here and you're addressing the court. But I wanted to clarify that. So it isn't that the law thinks that the defendant's life has more value than the victim's lives. And there are reasons why the court has to be more careful with respect to victim impact evidence during the actual sentencing hearing in front of the jury versus mitigation evidence. Does that make sense? Okay.
Can I say something?
Yes, you can. You may not agree with it, but I just wanted to explain it as well as I could, because I didn't want you to have that, to be left with that misimpression.
No, actually, I understand and I actually agree. The way it was presented, I think, is a good way of presenting it. I was just trying to explain how it made me feel. So it wasn't that I was holding it against the court or anyone here. It was just how I felt.
I understand.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I completely understand. All right. Ms. Tish McGuire?
Jack Wilbert.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I am Jack Willert, JACKWILWERT, and I will read my impact statement. Losing Uncle John has been really rough for me for the past 3 years. He has been a fun and great uncle. He taught me how to play video games and how to use the controls. I still miss him a lot. When I heard that Uncle John was dead, everybody started crying. It was very hard for my mom to lose her brother. It was very hard to go to Denver because I had to leave my friends and family. Although some parts were hard, but some parts I liked. Me and Dad went go-karting. I got in second place. I am also very sorry for the other people who had lost their loved ones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tish McGuire?
Sergeant Matt Files.
Sergeant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Sergeant Matthew Files, M-A-T-T-H-E-W,
FYLES. I'm with the Aurora Police Department in charge of the Major Crime Homicide Unit as one of 2 investigative sergeants. For context, my role in this case was investigative supervisor since the inception of this incident. First, I'd want to say thank you to the brothers, sisters in blue who provided so much assistance to us when this call came in to this very day. It's cliche, but we are greater than the sum of our parts, and we would not have been able to accomplish what we did without their help. It was requested that I address the court on behalf of the investigators for the Major Crime Homicide Unit. In my 8 years taxed with the obligation of seeking justice for homicide victims, I've never spoken at a sentencing hearing. It's my experience that we as individual investigators do not take public positions on the sentence imposed by the court. Of course, this is unique, and I want to honor that request. As the court is intimately aware, homicide convictions commonly carry mandatory sentences. I understand that Your Honor is bound by sentencing guidelines related to the deceased. We have unequivocally supported George Brockler and the prosecution team in their decisions and efforts in prosecuting this case, and we would not have done differently. We equally support Your Honor and his court's decision regarding the ultimate sentence handed down. Related to the defendant, the investigators have respectfully devoted nearly 1,100 days of their lives to seeking a just verdict in this case. I have asked and ordered them and many of the officers referenced by Commander Daly to carry out duties that anguish them, that caused and cause them pain to this day. Those memories are their burden, and those orders are mine. The defendant would be remiss to think that while we have been made different, that he has stolen much from us. Little has been taken. In the wake of this tragedy and obvious sorrow, we have become more resolute, stronger, committed, and compassionate. We are different. We are better. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stitch McGuire? Who's next?
Sonia Akutagawa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Akutagawa, SONYA, I am Rebecca Wingo's aunt. I am going to first read a statement from my brother who couldn't attend today. My firstborn was taken from this world so unexpectedly. She was loved by all, her personality vibrant, kind, and caring. Biggest smiles ever. I was so excited she was coming down for my wedding. She had met and continued to communicate with my fiancé and could not wait for that day. These past few years have been hard and dysfunctional. Unfortunately, I can't take coming to court any longer, and my doctor has prescribed medication diagnosing me with post-traumatic stress disorder. I have asked my sister, whom was very close to Rebecca, to represent the family in honor of her short life. Rebecca Wingo was my first niece, and I was so proud to be her auntie. She stole my heart from day one. So when her father asked if I would speak today, I was hesitant. You see, I've tried to keep this trial separate from my grief for Becky. I did not want to connect the two. It's hard for me to go back to that day. My brother, my boys, and I spent a good part of that morning calling hospitals, hoping and praying that she was unconscious and just waiting to be identified. For 24 hours we waited just to find out that she was gone, taken from us. And for what? When we lose loved ones, we rely on faith to help make sense of our loss. We look to family to gain strength during our grief. But to lose a loved one through unspeakable violence, your faith wanes. Family becomes blinded in their pain and anger. There is nothing that can console you in your time of grief. People say everything happens for a reason, that God has a plan. I have yet to see the reason. Nothing good has come of this act of anger and rage. Our sweet Becky is just gone. Excuse me. I always told Becky that whenever she needed me, that I would be there for her. Whatever she needed, I would be there for her. There are times when I see her smiling face, and then that look of surprise and confusion, and then she's gone. It is difficult to shake that image. How can you protect your loved ones from this act of violence? Can we really blame only one man for this act? He did mastermind this execution on his own. He planned it out. He purchased his whole arsenal from various websites on his own. It was all too easy, and yes, he must pay a heavy price for his actions. Yet since that awful day, there have been 78 mass shootings, claiming the lives of 378 victims. Every single time I hear of one of those horrible, unnecessary deaths, my heart fills with the same pain I felt on that day. I think of family members and how they will never look at life in the same way. I think of their emotional roller coaster they will have to endure. Their hearts will grow heavy forever with the reality of their loss. I never realized until Becky was killed that my heart could physically feel that heavy with the weight of her loss. So today I'm here to make this horrible connection. Becky was not just taken from us, she was murdered. The man that killed her did not know her. She was nothing to him. For Becky, I'm going to make that connection. But my hope is not to hold on to the anger and hate. That is what festers in these killers' souls. That is what gives them the ability to kill, and that is what they desire, to infect us with their anger and their hate. I refuse to give him that. Becky believed in having a loving, compassionate, and positive lifestyle. I know she struggled with adversities in her life, but she strived to come out on the positive side. There was not any hate or anger in Becky's heart, and I know she would not want anyone to carry that burden. I will continue to see her sweet smile and hear her voice with that slight southern accent. I love you, Aunt Sonia. I will fondly remember what was and try not to dwell on what could have been. So much was taken away from our family. My brother lost his firstborn daughter. The difficulties of their past was on the mend, and they were looking forward to a renewal of their relationship. I lost a wonderful niece, that special connection I felt with her, my pride in her unwavering diligence to seize life. Her siblings, they lost their big sister. She was supposed to be there for them. My parents lost a loving granddaughter. My children lost a cousin that they adored, and they looked up to her. My husband lost his buddy. My family have not fared well through this tragedy. Becky's death has left scars that will probably never heal. And the thought that Becky's two beautiful daughters will be deprived of their wonderful, nurturing, and strong mother because of this epidemic, it breaks my heart. The impact of Becky's horrible death on this family is immeasurable. 12 lives were taken by this one act of selfish rage. What do we do to prevent this? Where do we go from here? How do we heal the hate that is in the heart of these killers? I don't have those answers, but we owe it to the victims to find them. So my prayers go out to all the victims of this tragedy. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, for giving me this time.
Thank you. Ms. Teach McGuire.
Amber Rainey.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Could you tell me your name, please?
Yes, my name is Amber Rainey, Amber Raney. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. What I thought had started as a normal night at a movie theater changed my life forever. Seeing such pain and agony, and hearing such horrible sounds, it haunts me every day. Hearing those people get hurt and others screaming feels like a horror movie brought to life. I constantly relive July 20th, 2012 in my mind during the day and even in my dreams. I constantly have nightmares and I dream of death. And loud and sudden noises remind me of what happened. Every 4th of July since then just makes me think of another horrible night. It's hard for me to go back to a movie theater because I fear that another shooting may happen again. And not a day goes by where I'm not reminded of that evening. Since that night, I haven't been back to that theater. I'm still not ready to go back there. I have a greater value of appreciation in life. And I realize that if the defendant had taken my life, I wouldn't have been able to bring my son into the world, and to hold his little body. And watch him grow every day and fill my heart with happiness. I'm always cautious and careful of where I am. I'm aware of my surroundings. And I search for all possible exits and make sure that I know where to go. And think about what I would do in the event of another shooting and who I would try to save first. But no person should ever have to think like that. And I remind myself of the love that I have for my son and my family. That makes life just a little more bearable. Thank you.
Thank you. Stitch McGuire.
Maria Carbonell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, I'm Maria Carbonell, Mariacarbonell.
Go ahead.
I am a mother of 3 children. Annalise, who was 15 on July 20th, 2012, my son Armando, who was 12, those two were with me inside Theater 9. I also have my youngest. Avery turned 4 on July 21st, 2012. I would like to start off by telling you about the kind of person Alex Sullivan was. This was the first time my children met Alex. And Alex, he gave my son a dark night hat and a keychain. Alex was very kind and giving, so much so that he would give someone he didn't know a gift on his own birthday. That hat now hangs in my son's room next to his bed, serving as a good memory from that awful, horrific night. Because of the defendant's crime, Annalise, Armando, and I will forever live with the sound of human suffering. We live with the memory of the smell, taste, and suffocating effects of the tear gas. It has been burned into every cell of our body. We have to carry the horrific images of what we saw caused by the defendant's failed attempt to gain personal power. My little Avery witnessed the immediate aftermath. My husband had to bring her to the scene to pick up her siblings. She lives with the memories of police officers and guns, the sound of the helicopters, and her mother being covered in blood. When Avery's elementary school does a lockdown drill, she's not like the other children. Avery knows that someone can come to a safe place and try and kill you. My little girl knows that bad people do exist and that you can get murdered on your birthday. This knowledge was gained on the day she entered the 4th year of her life. As a mother, I witnessed my children curled up on a concrete floor, in fear and in terror, and I was powerless. I could not stop the tear gas as it billowed out from underneath the chairs in the rows in front of us. I could do nothing to comfort them during this terror. My daughter Avery asked me if I liked her birthday because I'm always sad on that day. No children should ever have to live with this kind of stuff. No child should have to ask her mother if she likes their birthday. I would like the court to mandate that the defendant must take medications for his mental illness. The defendant should live with what he has done with a clear mind. Something we must do every single day.
Thank you. Mr. McGuire.
Nicole and Patty Goki.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You said that at exactly the same time.
It's like we're related.
In pairs.
It's Nicole Goke, NicoleGoeke.
And I'm Patricia Goke. I go by Patty. It's PATRICIAGOEKE.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So before I start, I just want to clarify that I'm in no way trying to compare my experience to anyone else, especially those who were impacted way more than I. The night of the shooting, I was in Theater 8 with my friend Maddie, and although we both made it out okay, my life has never been the same. Prior to that terrible night, I have always had a very optimistic outlook on life. I always tried to see the best in people, even when others doubted them. But ever since, my entire outlook on people has changed for the worse. On a day-to-day basis, I truly don't feel safe anywhere I go. I don't feel safe anytime. I used to have so much faith in humanity, and now I second-guess everyone I meet. My natural mood had gone from optimistic to more hostile and aggressive without my awareness. It wasn't until my parents and friends told me that I even began to think about how this was subconsciously changing my everyday thought and attitude. The shooting happened during the summer, so going back to college was really hard for me. Anytime a fire alarm went off, I immediately have flashbacks. I can't stop the tears from falling or my body from shaking. A school that was so normal to me before had now become a place filled with anxiety and fear. Every single time I stepped into a classroom, I struggled picking a seat. The pure layout of a room could give me anxiety. Every single day since that horrible night, I always have to find the exits and have an escape plan figured out for every new and old place I go. I never used to do that before, but now it has become a part of my life, no matter what I do to try to change it. Although I was not seriously injured that night, I did end up having to go to the hospital to get my eyes chemically cleaned and washed out due to all the tear gas. It's very small and not very obvious, and again, I'm no way trying to compare myself to anyone else, but I now and forever have a red irritation spot in my left eye that will never go away. Every day when I look in the mirror to get ready in the morning, I see the spot, and I get a daily reminder of that night. Seeing people run for their lives, seeing somebody get shot right in front of me, not knowing what to do while being in a complete state of fear and confusion, all while seeing others get shot and being in the same state as me, is not something anyone wants to relive, but every morning I see that spot in my eye, and that's how my day starts. Although I may have no physical injuries, the emotional scars I got from that night have completely changed my life for the worse and will never go away. Ever since I struggle with survivor's guilt on a daily basis, none of the victims or their families or anyone else involved deserve this, and my heart truly goes out to all the victims and their families. Nobody should ever have to go through such a heinous crime as this, and yet they didn't have a choice. I suffer from PTSD, and I wake up so many times in the middle of the night, beating myself up about how I wish I could have done more to help. There are so many stories that have gone untold, and the purpose of me reading this statement is for the court to also consider the impact to me and many others like me whose lives have been changed forever. Although stories that have been brought to light are tragically unforgettable and life-changing as well,
In one night, everyone's lives were changed for the worse, and there is no way to undo it.
Thank you.
Judge, I just want to add, as a parent, kind of my perspective, and I know I am in awe of the people in this room and what they've been through, and our experience is in no way that, but I think I speak for a lot of people, and that there are a lot of people like Nicole that were impacted in various ways. So I want to let you know a little bit about my little girl. Nicole was born a very happy, smiling, and delightful baby. Over the years, we watched her grow and develop and could not have been more proud. She is a smart, loving, enthusiastic person who loves life and does all she can to make others happy. Throughout her childhood, she appreciated everything brought joy to all around her. As she went through her teenage years, she continued to make us proud by being her own person and never allowed her peers to pressure her into doing anything she didn't agree with. She had a strong passion and natural ability for cheerleading and was a Denver Bronco and Crush junior cheerleader. She followed this path and was even able to make the varsity squad at her high school as a freshman. She was so proud and happy. Very shortly after, a serious ankle injury ended her dream of continuing in cheerleading. Instead of focusing on all she had lost, Nicole found a new passion, ironically, in theater. She embraced this, and it became her new interest, and she continues to love it and be great at it to this day. On July 19th, Nicole and a friend were very excited to see the Batman movie. What happened next has negatively impacted this fun and loving person, and that impact continues to this day. She is truly still a fabulous person, and we could not be more proud. However, the defendant's choice to attempt to improve his own self-worth directly destroyed some of the most positive characteristics of others by this act of horror. Nicole now struggles with being fearful and untrusting, which were never part of her personality prior to this date. She is often angry and overwhelmed by the feelings caused by what she felt, saw, heard, and experienced that night. Judge, it breaks my heart to see the impact that this unimaginably horrific event has had on my child. She and I are still the best of friends, and I do all I can do to help her as much as possible. However, there's not much I can do. Nicole went through 9 surgeries before she was 18 and even lost the hearing in one of her ears. Within an 8-month period between 2012 and 2013, she lost both her grandparents and was at this massacre. She dealt with all the challenges in her life with grace and caring for those around her. The horror and terror of this event has made her angry, distrusting, skeptical, and very afraid. Seeing that breaks my heart on a daily basis. Even with all she has been through, she has never let herself get a poor me attitude, even when it would have been understandable to do so. Judge, the impact to this one young, lovely lady deserves the harshest penalty you can administer. There are literally hundreds of people who were in Theater 9, Theater 8, his apartment complex in the community, who were impacted similarly to Nicole. Please also consider these people. Also think about the many parents and family members that see the devastating impacts on their loved ones and can do nothing about it. While this is small in comparison to what the homicide and injured victims deal with, these people also suffer. There are some people like myself that truly panic when the phone rings at night, and sometimes hear the phone in the middle of the night even when it is not ringing. As a parent, I know you understand that watching your child suffer is one of the worst pains there is. The fact that you cannot do anything to help them makes it even more difficult. It says so much that there were so many others that were impacted at such a more impactful level that this group, like my daughter, was not a large portion of this proceeding, and that is 100% the right thing, an appropriate thing to do. But now it's time to consider all the victims. I wish you knew my daughter prior to July 19th so you could see the person she was then and the person she will be again. Some say that there's no real importance to the sentence that is imposed at this time, but I disagree. Although the amount of years may not really matter in the grand scheme of things, the acknowledgement by you, an impartial trier of fact, will help all of the victims realize that people truly do care about the impact of the defendant's actions on all involved, and that he is being held accountable at the greatest extent within the court's power. We really appreciate your time today.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Stitch McGuire, let's call one more and then we'll take our afternoon break.
Beth Croft.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Beth Croft, Bethcroft. I wanted to address the court today, and first of all, John Larimer was my brother. He was one of the 12 homicide victims in Theater 9. The impact of losing my brother can never be fully expressed in words or phrases. It has been a loss above all my past experiences. I do not feel I have the tools to ever really move past the impact this crime has had on my family and me. My innocent way of viewing the world is gone. I will forever jump to violent outcomes, and loss is a possibility. My family was whole, and we grew up close, with a sense of family being a strong, uniting force. We were there for each other when we needed to be. But none of us could be there for John. He died away from his family in a horrific scene of blood and bodies for no great purpose. The defendant may be mentally ill, but he is seriously more evil than anything else. He deserves the maximum number of years on top of the life sentences to show justice even when there truly is no justice for a monstrous crime like this. John was serving our country and protecting us in many ways from harm. Yet in one moment, the defendant took that away from me and this country. My brother, at the young age of 27, was helping others, and the impact of his loss is felt on so many levels. The world and I lost so much more than an amazing, wonderful, caring young man with his whole life in front of him. The defendant took a man who was dedicated to his family, friends, and a job serving others and his country. His character speaks for itself when he saved the lives of others in that theater. The world lost a man who was accomplishing and going to continue accomplishing great things in his life. I went to his Navy graduation in 2011, and I saw for the first time the man, John T. Larimer, who was proud and eager to take on his role in the military, and that stature made him even more of a great brother to me. He was also a kind and loving uncle to his nieces and nephews, and took that family role on with open arms. He will never get to experience the joy of having children, which I knew was an important part of his future plans. I feel the loss that my siblings and I will never feel whole again. We have to live with a part of us gone forever at such a young age. I feel the impact of the loss that he only knew my son for 2 years, and he never got to meet his niece, born just weeks after the shooting. I feel the loss when I hear and see other people with their siblings and how lucky they are to have all of them. I feel the impact of the crime when my post-traumatic stress syndrome spikes, especially when I hear about another mass shooting or a lockdown in a public place or a troubled young person who killed another. My body and mind have changed to now respond differently to the world around me, an intense fight or flight response. My physiology is to go to the possibility that one person could create a violent and murderous reality that can go beyond the comprehension of all you know to be good in the world. The impact ripped from me all I held dear in the foundation I viewed the world from. I fear for my children's safety more now after going through and continuing to go through being a victim of this crime. Such a malicious act can never be forgotten and becomes part of your new reality. I now perceive the world and reality in a sharp contrast to what I did before July 20th, 2012, through a new set of eyes where love may not be enough. I experience nightmares and difficulty sleeping on a regular basis. I see a counselor to help with all the negative impacts of the PTSD and grief. The day of July 20th, 2012 is ingrained in my memory more than the day I got married or had my 2 children. The impact and severity of this crime has made it impossible to forget and impossible to move forward as the person I once was. My family is strong, and we will not let this evil win, but the impact will affect how I approach the rest of my life. I feel John's loss in every thread of my being. I am a different person now and must accept that part of me also died in the theater that day with John, and I will never get it back. I love my brother very much, and I appreciate your listening to just a glimpse of the impact this horrific and violent crime has had on me and my family. I want John's memory to be of the happy times and loving life he lived. He and the other victims can never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Let's take 20 minutes, and let's have everyone back just before 3:30. Okay, the court will be in recess. Thank you. Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you ready to proceed, Ms. Stitch McGuire?
Yes, Your Honor, with the court's permission, we'd like to attempt to play that video again. We tested it over break and were able to get some sound. So if we could play Caleb Medley's video, please.
Yes.
How's everybody doing? It's a Friday. I said, how's everybody doing? That's better. Real quick, I want to thank everybody for coming out, and be sure to go ahead and give a round of applause for the wait staff and the bartenders today. Going your intermission since 7 o'clock. So let's get started. My name is Caleb Medley, and no, I've not lost weight, but thanks for pretending to notice. Yes, things up here tonight are going to be fatter than they appear. It's not that I try to stay fat. It's, I actually want to try to lose weight. I just don't want to get so fat that the back of my neck looks like a pack of hot dogs, So I went out and joined a gym. That was really awkward because the first thing that happened is I walked up to the girl at the counter and she looked at me. I see McRib is back, huh? Hey Greg, I got a hard one for you. So they assigned me this personal trainer whose IQ is just above that of the Jersey Shorecast. You know what I'm talking about.
The people call attempted murder victim Yusuf Garbi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Yusuf Garbi, Yousefgarbi. So, July 20th, 2012, obviously was a bad night. Obviously, it impacted people in a lot of negative ways, but it also, me personally, it taught me a lot of positive things. I was shot in the right side of my head. I went through a real rough time right after the shooting, but like I said, I learned a lot of positive things. I learned how to love. It enabled me to love deeper and stronger and harder more than I ever had. And I don't know, I valued that through this experience because you can never love enough. And having, 12 amazing people taken away from us over nothing just shows that you can never love too much or too passionately because your time here is limited and death is the only thing that's promised. So just to love while you can, while the opportunity presents itself, and you never do any harm by loving. And that's about it. That's about what I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Amy Garbi?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Amy Garbi, Ameegharbi. My son, who is just up here, Yusuf Garbi, is one of the survivors of the theater shooting, having sustained a gunshot to the right side of his head, which is now home to a bullet for the rest of his life. It's unfortunate that too many times in the last 20 years, parents have had to sit and wait to find out if their child was safe, injured, or even alive. It's a nightmare that no parent should ever have to endure. Because of what one man did, the nightmare became reality for myself and over 100 other parents that horrible night in July 2012. My nightmare began with a voicemail from my son's friend saying something bad had happened. The next call was my ex-husband advising me that our son was believed to have been shot. The last call was the one I made to my son's cell phone, only to find it was off because it went straight to voicemail. This was the same phone that he had called me from at 10:14 p.m. Thursday, July 19th, to say how bored he was waiting in line for the movie. From there, it was a mad rush for us all to go hospital to hospital, looking for my son, believing he would call as soon as he could. But he didn't. The fear and anxiety of not knowing where my son was, whether he was alive or dead, severely injured, or just a scrape, became a grueling pain in my chest that lasted for 4.5 hours. And then it became something much worse. Relief at finding my son was short-lived when I dropped to my knees in a trauma room, seeing my son tubed, unconscious, and the right side of his head shaved and covered in dry blood. That was the beginning of my nightmare, and it's a nightmare that's been replayed over and over for 3 years. The fear, worry, heartache, loneliness, anger, pain, and utter hatred that has emerged from me is one that will take years to heal or accept as part of myself. Yeah, my son's alive, walking, talking, being himself, yet he's different. He has anxiety, a learning disability. He has to deal with day-to-day memory loss. And who knows what else he'll have to deal with as he gets older, all because someone who does not even know him, attempted to take his life. I'm different too. I doubt everyone I meet. I scan every room I walk into. I get anxious if I go to a movie after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I slept with the lights on in my home for 5 months when I finally got back there after living in hospitals with my son for 35 days. I have vivid memories and flashbacks of walking into a room of the trauma unit at University Hospital, still unaware of my son's injuries, to find that half his skull had been removed to allow his brain to heal from being shot in the front right side of his head. I lived in that same room with him until he was discharged and moved to another facility, which is where I also went. I lived in terror for 9 days, afraid that my son would wake up and not be the same person he was when he walked into that theater. I then lived in fear that something would happen, a car accident or a fall, that would cause the bullet to move or shift, which could also be life-threatening to him now or even years from now. It's a fear I live with on a daily basis and will for the rest of my life. This is my son. I refused to let him go then, and I refuse to let go of him now. I found the strength to live in that trauma room with him, and then another room, and then another room. I never left his side, and I've never forgotten the pain and determination that lived inside me at moments, changing to hatred so hot and heavy that I would physically collapse. But the determination to keep my son, keep him the way he was, with all his laughter, humor, vitality, stubbornness, got me through it. And I would like to think that some of my determination helped Yusuf get through it too. So yes, my son survived by the will of God and the prayer of thousands, but there were others, people who then had no name, who I had no knowledge of, but who now I know by name and by sight, and some whose phone numbers I even have stored in my phone. Their pain is also our pain. Their loss is our loss, and the horror of how we all came to know each other, how we became a different type of family, how we were forced to, is unforgivable. There's nothing that can be said to console those that were lost. I've cried for them many, many times over the last 3 years, people who are no longer with us but whose families I have met. Wonderful people whose pain is more than ours but whom we choose to share that pain with. This crime was the worst this state, perhaps even this country, has witnessed so far. There should be no leniency given to the one responsible. He did not consider my son's life, his future, his family, the friend he was with, so why should any consideration be given to him? My son is innocent, the defendant is not. Those who are no longer with us are innocent, the shooter is not. The loved ones we laid to rest are innocent, this man is not. Your Honor, I ask that you maintain the exceptional respect for our system that you have, but I also ask that you give the strongest, hardest penalty that the law allows to this criminal. The lack of respect of all the people in that theater, what appears to be the absence of regret or sincere sorrow for what he has done, may also be something you could consider when setting his punishment. I'd also like to thank you, Your Honor, for maintaining a sense of integrity and honesty throughout this trial. As well, I'd like to thank the jury and the prosecution for doing a very, very difficult job at doing it so well. My final statement is this. Despite what some self-absorbed, inconsiderate, loveless, heartless killer tried to do, we won. All of the survivors, the victims' families, were the ones who succeeded. We've all gone through the most difficult, heartbreaking, painful experience anyone could ever go through, but we are all still standing. We did not fall. We came together and became something larger and stronger than anything the defendant could ever imagine. So in the end, we won. Our lives are even more meaningful now after what he has done because we live to the fullest extent and we do it for those that we lost so that they will continue to live through us. So, in the end, we end up with the most points. We have the most self-worth. Game over. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve McGuire?
Michelle Tuis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell me your name, please.
Michelle Tuis, Michellethuis.
Go ahead.
Okay. In May 2012, I moved alone into a new apartment. It felt cozy. Several people visited, including my very pregnant sister, and I looked forward to more friends visiting. I also had a novel I'd written, and I wanted to revise it. One night I went to bed at 11 a.m. Later, some kids talking outside the window next to my bed woke me up. I ignored them, but they started banging on the locked front door of the building. Because that door was in the same wall that my bed was pushed up against, it was extremely loud. I never realized before how much can be communicated by crashes on a door, but immediately I realized several things that ended up being true. These were not kids. They were full-grown, very large men. They were deadly. They were determined to actually break into the building and didn't care if it was loud. They were extremely strong and wanted something very specific, and they were running on dangerously high levels of adrenaline. I've never felt such terror in my life. It isn't fear, it's beyond fear. It erases fear and every other emotion. It numbs you. In the time it took me to stand up and look outside through my blinds, they were already out of sight inside the building. They got into the building in seconds. Breaking through my apartment door would be far easier, and there was nothing substantial protecting me from them. Gangs or drugs seemed pretty far-fetched for this apartment building. I was the only girl living on the first floor. What if they'd seen me through the window and were there to rape me? I couldn't think of anything else. They were very obviously ready to kill. Would they kill me? Even many people who know me don't realize that despite not being in the theater, I still feared for my life that night and still thought I would probably die. It's hard to explain how violently they broke in or how that affected how I saw them. When the police finally knocked on my door, I was physically shocked to find 6 SWAT officers carrying huge rifles. 6 more were down the hall at the other apartments, and I heard just as many upstairs. When they got us outside to the corner of the street, they didn't want us going within sight of the building, yelling, "Do you want to get shot?" It was such a beautiful night. One officer told us there were around 30 officers there. I even saw a police dog clear from Castle Rock. They didn't tell us what was going on, just that there was an incident in another location and they thought the guy lived there. Today, I know the men who broke in were police. They rushed into a building they thought could explode, risking their lives, and they did it to save ours. Today, whenever I see an Aurora police car, my first thought is, what speed am I going? And then I just feel this overwhelming sense of peace and safety and gratitude. But you have to understand that none of that erases the 10 to 20 minutes I thought they'd rape or kill me. Mentally, I get it. But physically, that kind of fight or flight terror, that reaction of freezing when you see no way out, it works its way into your body. It's not gone. I never want to feel that way again, but in a way I feel it every day. In addition, it's hard to explain what it feels like knowing something nearly blew me up or burnt me to death. It's like a sort of tingly feeling all through my body, like I'm some kind of fragile bubble, hollow and easily popped and erased from existence. Like I'm floating away and there's nothing to hold me to the ground. I felt this way constantly for months, and I still feel it too often. I didn't have my car for days. I was homeless for a week. And now I know that the agencies disabled the explosives in a day or two, but at the time I thought it was taking all week. So for a week I was fearing for their lives. Again, that works its way into your body. I needed rest and to feel safe. Instead, before I'd even had a chance to sleep the morning of the 20th, I'd had probably 15 calls from reporters. How they got my number is still a mystery, but I know they lied to me about it. I watched as my landlady was offered $10,000 from a British reporter to see the building's hallway. It's a hallway. She refused to earn money off murder, but it shows you there were vast amounts of money made off of our pain. The media exploited us, plain and simple. They were invasive, manipulative, aggressive, showing a lack of concern for victims that astounds me. This went on for months. These stories are ours. This pain is ours. And I feel so angry now every time I see a photo of an anguished face, because that is a private moment they had no right to earn money on, and they do. Many days I had to spend hours in darkness with my blinds shut. One day I closed them because a reporter had his camera across the street. and after a few minutes I peeked out to find him gone. I went to my bedroom to open the blinds, and he was standing in our grass pointing his camera at our windows. My safe, private, cozy, solid den of an apartment I'd moved into now felt like a tent made of porous wax paper, easily blown away by explosive force, burned quickly to ashes, translucent as the entire world tried to see inside, and full of holes for trespassers to enter. The one thing going for my home was that lightning doesn't strike twice. We joked about how it was the safest place in the world because what were the odds of anything else happening? Until a week after the evacuation ended and someone committed arson across the street and 2 more people died. I learned we're never safe no matter where we are. Every moment of every day is a balancing act staring down the edge of a cliff. And go do that. Stand on a cliff and look down. You'll know how I permanently feel these days. It's exhausting. Sometimes I feel scared to leave home because of how easy it is to die. And then I remember home is no safer and I'm able to get out and live. Because what difference does it make? I met a woman who'd been in the theater. I told her I thought it must have been worse there than the apartment. She told me something along the lines of, "Don't say that. For us, it was horrible. At least afterwards, we were able to go back to our homes. But he attacked you in your home. Where can you go now?" I never used to have nightmares because I can control my dreams. Now I do. I can't tell you how many fires I've watched, how many bombs have blown up, how many people I've found in pools of blood, or how many times I've been shot in the head. I don't wake up and go, "Oh, phew, just a dream." It feels real, so I wake up with a real life or death, fight or flight physical response. That response changes lives, and I have to deal with it on a regular basis for nothing but figments of my imagination. I haven't worked much on my novel because my mind feels tired and fuzzy. I guess thinking about life and death is hard work. I struggle with physical weakness, especially at home. One time I got dehydrated because I sat thirsty on the couch for 2 hours, unable to get up and walk 10 feet to the kitchen to get a glass of water. It was too difficult physically. I couldn't even get the energy to drink water. How could I look for a job? I was jobless for a year. Besides no energy, job interviews themselves became problematic. Interviewers always ask, "Tell me about yourself." For a long time, the only thing that went through my mind was, well, I was nearly murdered, and lots of people died, and you saw it on the news, and I don't want you knowing I was involved. So then I'd freeze, unable to talk. It made interviews pretty awkward. Because my home and then my privacy were invaded so harshly, I've developed an extreme need for privacy. These days, I struggle immensely to tell people anything about myself. Even wearing a name tag at work feels scary and too revealing. I have many kinds of flashbacks. The first, I was eating in a restaurant. There was a loud rumble, and I thought, "What's that, thunder?" But it sounded nothing like thunder, and I knew it was a bomb and we were all about to die. I experienced a deep peace, ready, until I realized everybody was inexplicably still eating, not a care in the world. It was just thunder, and I couldn't even hear it right. The letdown left me shaking and crying in a bathroom. After finding out I'd nearly died, colors appeared impossibly bright for weeks, but then the world turned gray for several years. I can still see color to tell you what it is, but it's dull enough to make life dull. I wonder if it's a physical or hormonal change caused by stress. Needless to say, I've been diagnosed with PTSD. I was told that when at work, shopping, anywhere not at home, it's mild, but at home it becomes severe PTSD. Not this pop culture vague, pervasive, undefined mental illness that makes me a crazy, raging person. Paradoxically, it has made me braver, kinder, more rational, more calm, and less angry even in bad situations. One of the worst things of this entire situation is how voiceless we are. Obviously, the defendant stole our voices by not caring what we wanted, but that wasn't the end of it. For example, he didn't attempt to murder 70 people. He attempted to kill hundreds of us. When it comes to charges, he got off lucky. I understand why, I even support it, but I don't like it. Another thing that made me feel voiceless is all the reporters, newspaper editors, parents of some individuals, and regular people who said the prosecution should have taken the plea bargain and not gone to trial because trial will be too difficult and traumatic for victims. I am one of those faceless people included in the phrase the victims. When that phrase is used, they are speaking in my name. Not only me, but definitely me. And I resent being used that way. If people didn't want a trial for their own reasons, be honest. Don't say it's for me, because I did want this trial. It was difficult, but like a vaccine, painful at first and healing in the long run. It is healing to know there are so many people who care passionately enough to spend years fighting this case and not give up because it's hard or expensive or a reason to attack their character. And it was healing because it brought about something closer to justice. The defendant's victims are no longer the only ones who have feared for our lives. The defendant lived in fear of it not for minutes but years, and only the rather random chance of a jury pool stood between him and death. Having experienced fear of death, and then knowing I lived by chance, I know what a horrific scar this leaves. Now the defendant has to live with it too, and that is a justice we received because of the choice to go to trial. My voice is also stolen every time people use mental illness as the reason for crimes. The problem is, by going through this event, many, many, many of us were forced to live with this label of mentally ill. How many of us have PTSD now, have severe mental illness? I agree with one thing. The defendant is not a monster. Monsters are nothing but beasts, vicious but innocent. But the defendant chose to be selfish in a way that only humans are capable of. He is no monster. And don't think for a second that this mentally ill peer of the defendant wants her voice used to give him any slack for what he did. Not reporters, parents, lawyers, editors, advocates, none of them speak for me. It is incredibly demeaning every time people try. It's emotionally very difficult to see it happen so often. I have my own voice. Perhaps people think it's okay to demean us in this way. Probably they simply don't realize how incredibly demeaning it can be. I've started taking martial arts classes. I'm living with my parents now for many different reasons, all directly related to what happened. I found a wonderfully boring job that is perfect antidote for the adventure my life has been lately, and I need that, but it's far below what I'm capable of. Because of this crime, I was given an unbearable choice: support the death penalty or life in prison. I won't tell you what I chose, but I will tell you what I felt. By not supporting the death penalty, I felt partially responsible for the victims' deaths, and that I'm part of a society that does not assign infinite value to innocent people by demanding an infinite price for their murder. On the other hand, by supporting the death penalty, I'm trying to have someone killed. This choice, either way, did not leave me feeling guilty, but it did leave me feeling like I had had a part in killing at least someone. Of course, I haven't killed. The feeling isn't rational. I know that perfectly. I wish with all my heart I'd never been confronted with it, but one man's choice is forced that, and I hold that against him. When I was in college, I did Hurricane Katrina disaster relief work. After successfully gutting houses, then trying ineffectually to help rebuild them, I learned one thing. It is so much easier to destroy than to build. The defendant succeeded in killing 12 people. Then again, he also succeeded in earning a bachelor's degree. But his actual goals, the PhD, the murder of hundreds of people, the booby trap exploding, he failed. That's why I'm here today. That's why I'm here today to think, wow, he not only failed at building, but he couldn't even succeed at the much easier task of destruction. How utterly pathetic. It's really pretty wonderful.
Thank you. Ms. Tish McGuire?
Robert Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Robert Sullivan, RobertSullivan. Where does one begin in advocating for a deceased 6-year-old child? The aftermath of the act speaks for itself, yet so much of the gaping void that remains after her shocking and terrifying death needs to be addressed and demands redress. This inexplicably horrible and atrocious act left an extremely deeply gouged and gaping wound in our minds and our souls. A wound that after 3 years absolutely won't ease, much less heal. It never will. I know this. I've dealt with the death of loved ones in my life and know the difficulties, sadness, sense of loss, and potential feelings of misplaced guilt, as if there were something I could have possibly done to preempt the inevitable. However, with the death of a child, especially in such horrific circumstances, and in such a cruel and deliberately malicious manner, there is absolutely nothing which can prepare one, or indeed compare with the excruciatingly intense pain of losing a child. It is a profound and unique horror all unto itself. And only those unfortunate enough to have experienced it can truly understand the debilitating effects and depths of damage that this is incurred. To this day, I have tirelessly endeavored to find some resolution to Veronica's death, but I simply cannot. Sadly, I don't believe I ever will be able to. It will remain an extremely painful and ever-present burden which we each will have to cope with to our dying day. My love for Veronica and her father gave me the inner strength to persevere in the face of overwhelming adversity in keeping our small family together and functioning in the wake of her premature and violent death. I cannot overstate the difficulty in that task. Extreme anger, depression, and the utter helplessness that defines victims' anguish in the wake of such loss is only compounded by the protracted length of time taken to resolve the actual crime itself. The high-profile nature of the tragedy precluded any hope of privacy, thereby severely compromising any time simply for grieving, an essential and necessary process in coping with death. The great tempest that characterized the immediate aftermath of the atrocity, with media, governmental officials, extended family, friends, co-workers, and numerous acquaintances, all interacting and interfering in our lives. I had to keep reminding Ian of the necessity of keeping his focus upon Veronica and not to succumb to the overwhelming and incalculable number of calls, texts, unannounced visits, requests for interviews, etc., that threatened to unhinge his already fragile state of mind. These are but a few of the aspects we have had to deal with, and some of those that continue to this day. They cannot be minimized or overlooked. My only solace is in the fact of being blessed by having had such an angelic little girl as my only grandchild, as brief as it came to be. And I hold dear the memories of her. One of the most poignant was the day of her continuance at her school on May 25th, 2012. The day before, we received a phone call from her mother, Ashley, asking if Sue and I could attend Veronica's ceremony at her grade school because she wouldn't be able to because of her father's funeral, and our son Ian was working. Ashley and her family had to attend that funeral the very same day. I told her that of course we would attend Veronica's continuation ceremony. I vividly remember arriving at her school's auditorium and the large number of families in the seating area. I had taken a little pocket camera to record the event, and after searching the numerous faces of children on the stage, I found Veronica's. I remember feeling so sorry for her as she looked so forlorn without recognizing any of her family in the audience. I started taking pictures of her surrounded by her classmates and then paused for one, zooming in on her to capture her expression when she finally caught our eye. Her face brightened immediately and smiled when she finally saw us in the crowd. She then waved, and that's when I snapped the picture that graces the face of the pins we wear and that have been published in the closing statements. To me, this photo captures her essence, that of a sweet, sensitive, innocent, and angelic little girl. My heart soared. When she saw us and smiled. That sweet little face lit up as she finally found some of her loved ones in the crowd. She became much more animated with her friends as she pointed us out to them. I was so happy to be there for her in this, her first ceremony of continuation in school. She was so proud and her face beamed. She was so excited afterwards and told her teacher and principal about us, so they took pictures of the three of us together. Of course, there are many, many other fond memories that we have of her, and I cherish them, as they are all we have, all that remains of her. I think of her soft brown eyes, so innocent, so sensitive, as if kissed by the sun's warm summer rays. Her laughter and squeals of childish delight sometimes echo in those haunted corridors of my mind. Still seeking, running, playing, always full of life and life's promise and enthusiasm for new things. Absolute wonder, limitless opportunities, and undiscovered promise her whole new world presented, reflected in those bright eyes. All sadly unfulfilled, unrequited. She has and will always remain in those hallowed reaches of my heart and mind. It was specifically on Friday, the 20th, 2012. There was so much crammed into that day. From the time my wife and I found out, when my son screamed through our open bedroom window because he didn't live with us. It was 3:30 in the morning and woke us up to the fact that there had been a shooting. And at that time, we didn't know any of the background, but were led to believe from a phone call that he had received that it might have been at a party. It wasn't until later that we found out it was at the theater. When I think back, we didn't know that she was dead. We had heard that Ashley had been shot. We didn't know the condition of Veronica or if she had been injured. But my son took off in a frenzy to go find out where she might be. I tried to interrupt him, stating that until we have more evidence, there's no point in running off to hospitals to see if she may have been admitted. He was determined, and he went to Children's Hospital. He had found out that there were victims from a theater shooting that had been taken to other area hospitals. He was directed to University Hospital. He called us to tell us he was on his way there, and at some point indicated to turn the television on. I didn't know why, what that had to do with anything, but we did. And of course, it was all over the news, even at that early hour. And my first thought was, the movie theater? What could she have been doing there? But nonetheless, we waited for our son to call back with any update if he had found what had happened with her. And this is forever etched into my mind. The next phone call we received, him completely a scream. My daughter is dead. It was like a lightning bolt. I didn't know how, why. Just those words. And that was it. My wife standing next to me. I don't want to recount her thoughts and feelings. We went to the hospital to catch up with our son, to see what we could find out, what had happened to Veronica, what had happened to Ashley. It wasn't at a party, apparently, it was at a movie theater. And as the TV's going in the background, just getting little bits of information, we hurriedly get dressed. We go to the hospital. When we get there, we found that our son had already taken off with Ashley's mother and her husband because Ashley had been taken to another hospital. We then drove to that hospital, and Ashley was in surgery. And we knew from talking to the people there that she was in surgery and that she may well not survive. Amid all this tumult, we went in to see the rest of her family in the waiting room, gave them our condolences, our thoughts, and asked if they would just call us when they found out Ashley's condition when she came out of surgery. The drive home also was like a dream, dealing with the sudden shock and loss of our only grandchild, and then the people that poured into the home when we got home. As I said, all manner of friends, co-workers, so many people. And my son was almost delirious. But I knew I had to hold this family together. That was my responsibility, to keep it from falling apart. And throughout all of this, my thoughts were consumed with Veronica. When I think back to that time, it's as clear as it can be. I worried for her, even though she had passed on now. My thoughts, my concerns were with this 6-year-old. For what does a 6-year-old comprehend of death? It's limited at best. But to lose your life, I couldn't imagine crossing the barrier from life to death. What is she now facing? What is she experiencing? Did she go into the open, loving arms of her other grandfather, who was buried just 2 months before? Was he waiting? Was he waiting for her? But I tried to reach to her. And all the while, seeing my son with a deluge of phone calls and text messages and friends, and seeing him ricocheting off the walls, I felt so bad for him, and I tried to do what I could to focus his mind, to let him know, don't pay attention to any of that. You need to think of her, concentrate, think of her. Where is she now? Put your mind there. Remember her. As I say, it was near impossible. There were so many forces, his friends, his co-workers, all the people he knew through the social media, all forcing their way in. And what about Dad? Well, he knows his dad, but does he listen to his dad? What about in this time of crisis, at the height of it? Is he going to listen? Can he? Can he digest what I'm telling him? As I said, I've dealt with death before, but never a child. I did my best, and that's all I could do. 2 weeks later, after all of the attention, just was too much, and I had to take off. I took my trail bike to the mountains by myself with the sole purpose, again, of trying to reach out to Veronica, trying to make some contact, trying to breach that barrier. I didn't want anybody around me. I didn't want any distractions. And I recall the very first evening, it was twilight. The sun was down. The colors were gone. Just shades of gray. The only sound was this babbling, gurgling brook. The only sights were the silhouettes of the pine trees and the mountain peaks. A soft, cool, pine-scented fragrance in the air. And it was there that I endeavored to reach to her. Whether it is correct or not, I don't know. But it was my impression that she could see us. She could see her loved ones who were alive. And she tried to communicate, but did not understand how to reach to the living. She had tried, but I'm not sure. Nonetheless, I felt compelled when I regained my composure. To start on a tribute that would culminate essentially in her eulogy. This is in early August, and we now knew the extent of Ashley's injuries and the protracted amount of time that was required for her rehabilitation before we could lay Veronica to rest so that she, her mother, could be there for her. And that was in October. And what now of this sweet little girl? Gone forever, yet in the arms of the angels. Ever since her death, our family spent her birthday 2 days before Christmas at her gravesite, reflecting, remembering, then releasing 6 pink balloons for the 6 sweet and joyous years we had her, and 1 white balloon for each year without her. To our everlasting dismay, a part of our son, Ian, died when she did. Indeed, a part of each of us has. I recall that tribute I wrote. I poured it out from my heart, and I could never make it through it without breaking down. At the time of her funeral, I steeled myself with a dedication to deliver it without crying, even though it would be understandable. I personally felt I needed to deliver it to her without a breakdown. I will try now to do the same. My little angel, there is immense pain left in the wake of your passing. Torn from our loving embrace, we still have profound difficulty in comprehending, much less accepting it. Sweetheart, when I think of you, I see your sensitive brown eyes, those loving eyes that always expressed your soft and gentle nature. I'll never forget the sweet, warm innocence that your eyes expressed, as if kissed by the sun's warm rays. I reflect back and think of the world through a child's eyes, such a magical and hopeful time, full of hopes, wishes, and fantasies. You were but 6 years old and growing fast, tall for your age, very much like your father was when he was growing up. And you had your whole life ahead of you, a life full of promise, dreams, and as many possibilities as there were stars in the evening sky. You certainly knew how to have fun too, and relished playing whenever and wherever opportunity availed itself. Whether it was on the swing set at the playground, pleading to go ever higher, swinging like a monkey on the monkey bars, or spinning on the carousel for all it was worth, or indeed spinning on the tire swing for all I was worth. You certainly enjoyed yourself to the absolute fullest. I think of the walks we took with Grandma and Claire. You used to giggle when Claire tried to lick your boo-boos. She always tried to help. We had so many fun times together, times that grandparents especially enjoy. Flying kites in the park, riding in the Jeep with the top down, while the breeze whipped through your hair, hiking on pine-scented mountain trails, fishing with your dad and catching your first fish, which was almost half your size, shuffling your feet through the brightly colored autumn leaves, or sledding down the hills tucked into your daddy's lap, coloring pictures and coloring books with all manner of crayons and markers, Grandma reading your favorite stories to you like Tinker Bell and Dr. Seuss. There seemed to be an endless number of things we could come up with. You loved the zoo and all of those crazy animals that lived there, so much so that you would forever ask Grandpa to play Gorilla Man and pick you up like a sack of potatoes while running around the house with reckless abandon, while your infectious giggles and squeals of delight had everybody in stitches. Times like those, or just relaxing with a vanilla ice cream cone. They were all good times. Oh yes, Grandma and I had many more plans of things to do with you, places to go, and people to meet, things we knew you would have loved. I am eternally grateful that we were able to share these precious joys, fleeting as they were, with such a beautiful and cherished grandchild as you were. We were truly blessed to have had you in our life. And now, my love, the time has come. Though I shall not say goodbye, my thoughts are like soft whispers lost unto a mournful wind. And until the time we shall meet rejoicingly once again, bequeathed to heaven's loving embrace, I will sorrowfully bid you farewell, my little one, my love. Farewell, my angel. Farewell. I wanted to thank the prosecution, the jury. You did an incredible job, and you left nothing lacking. However, in retrospect, having witnessed the proceedings of this trial in this court, I'm left with a distinct and despairing feeling that justice was not served, but indeed was undermined in a deceptively perjurious manner that not only makes a mockery of our very justice system, but is in fact an immoral, reprehensible, and perhaps most importantly, a completely illegal act. When the very system we as a society rely upon is compromised, it leaves us with no hope whatsoever for justice to be carried out. I would challenge the murderer to do the correct thing for once during this trial and petition the court to be fittingly executed by firing squad. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, let me ask you, what is that opinion based on in terms of what you called immoral and a lack of justice, a miscarriage of justice? What is it that you observed here that you thought was immoral?
The fact, okay, let me go back to when the jury was canvassed, when you were picking the jury. I have a copy of the jury questionnaire. I've gone through it thoroughly, and I have since highlighted and marked the specific questions that were essentially to weed out anyone who came in with a plan to deceive, as a plant would be, or someone with their own moral crusade. The fact that at every stage when a verdict was rendered, as quick as it was and unanimous, only to come back at the final verdict as quick as it was, indicates complete deception. As deceitful as he was when he planned this, I find that reprehensible. And because of that, I even asked George, before the verdict was rendered, if the case were found to be that a juror committed perjury, would he go after them? He indicated he would not. I understand his position, but I don't agree with it. That juror that abstained, I would put on the stand, and I guarantee you, even I, a layman, could take her apart. I could find the deception and the lie, because you don't go through those phases as quick as you did, only to come back when it comes time for the verdict. And when the other jurors found that this one wasn't going to move, she's intransigent, you're there with a moral purpose, and it's to save this one from the death sentence. That is making a mockery of our justice system. I would like to see the court go after that juror.
All right, thank you. You know, I understand that people are hurting. I can't say that I know what that feels like because I haven't been through it. But while it's okay to express the suffering and the pain and the hurt, I don't think it's appropriate to speculate. Now, if somebody has specific evidence that they want to present to the court, that's different. But we had 24 people who are citizens of the community who agreed to make a huge sacrifice to serve on the jury. 12 of those ended up deliberating. I don't have any basis in front of me or any reason that anyone has presented to support that there was deception by anyone. If somebody has information that they would like to present to me, specific information, not speculation or conjecture, then present it. But otherwise, I am not going to allow people to criticize this jury. That's unfair and that's improper. As far as I know, this jury listened to the evidence and followed my instructions. The fact that they could not agree on a death sentence doesn't mean that there was a juror who was deceptive or that there was a juror who came into the process and perjured herself because she wanted to vote for a life sentence. That's a huge leap. And I'm not going to allow that that type of criticism to be uttered without evidence. I think that's improper. That's a very serious accusation. And I think it's unfair to the jurors. There have been jurors present here today. There's still one that I see in the back. And the least we can do is to be grateful for their willingness to do what they did, to give us their time. There were a lot of people who came to the courtroom during jury selection who were not willing to serve. And these folks were willing to give us their time and to do this very, very difficult task. I can't imagine a tougher case to be a juror on. I mean, in terms of how much time they gave us, in terms of the graphic images they had to see, in terms of the emotional testimony they had to hear. This was a difficult task, and there's no reason to believe that anyone on the jury was deceptive or that anyone did anything improper. All right, Ms. Stitch McGuire, call your next witness, please. Ms. Pearson.
Your Honor, I'm going to read a statement from Heather Dearman. It's Heatherdearman, and she is a cousin of Ashley Mosier and Veronica Mosier Sullivan. Not one soul who knows what happened to Ashley can ever come close to experiencing what she did. No one should have to. Losing a beautiful, sweet, innocent 6-year-old daughter, and losing the hope and the joy of looking forward to becoming a mother for the second time, and on top of all of that, being told you are paralyzed while still grieving over the loss of your father just a few weeks earlier. And this happened. It happened to the sweetest, gentlest, most humble mother that I know. All of this at the hands of one person who chose hate instead of love and calculated a most horrific, devastating, and evil crime. Enough said. That should say it all. I could end here. And I found myself conflicted about even saying anything else, because what could be worse? Nothing. But I wanted to make sure that people consider that this crime affected more lives than the ones of those in the theater. I am a City of Aurora employee who works with the heroic police officers and firefighters on a daily basis, and I know we have all seen the effect it had on them. I think about 720 every time I walk into my city building and every time I see a uniformed officer. I am also a citizen of Aurora and have encountered firsthand the aftermath it had on our community and our reputation. My husband and I are raising our 5 beautiful children in Aurora, and we are still experiencing the fallout of this crime with them. I had never taken for granted the joy and love my children bring into my life. The impact of July 20th only strengthened that, but it also caused seemingly irreconcilable thoughts of survivor's guilt for still having my blessings, while Ashley had a lifetime of feeling the loss of hers. My youngest daughter was 5 years old when it happened. Veronica was 6. For the longest time, I could not fully enjoy milestone moments with her because I would cry thinking about what Ashley was missing out on. The first day of school, mother-daughter breakfasts, artwork so lovingly made by her hand. I also found myself feeling another kind of guilt that I was not truly being present with my young daughter and enjoying those moments with her. What kind of parent was I? Ever since the shooting, she often talks to me about her worries of me dying. Like most young children, she tells me how much she loves me every night, but 4 times in a row, making sure to say it again as I am walking out the door, in a clingy, worrisome voice, almost like she's scared that she won't see me in the morning. No child should have that worry. This year, she asked if she could speak at the vigil, and that's when I truly realized how deeply it touched her. The first words she spoke were, "Ever since the shooting, I have been hearing about people's feelings." A 7-year-old child having the composure to speak in front of a huge crowd and to say such a grown-up phrase that no child should ever have to say hit me like a rock. I also have a 26-year-old daughter who considers Ashley her best friend, an 18 and 17-year-old daughter, and a 14-year-old son. Each struggled with this tragedy in their own way and in different directions. All of them have always had kind, caring, and loving hearts, but the tear that this crime left in them is massive. I still can't reconcile within myself that maybe I intensified the despair that this tragedy put forth by letting it consume me from the beginning. Somehow, I may have been making it more important than my own husband and a bigger issue for my children than it should have been. But how could I not? I contribute the enormous magnitude of emotional trauma that my family and I are going through, mostly to the fact that this crime was so unfathomable and large scale, and that the whole world was watching. The never-ending media coverage added a whole other level of indescribable anxiety to me, my husband, my children, and my extended family. It was unprecedented. How do we help? How do we act? How do we feel? Relationships were tested, some broken. We had to wait until October to pay our respects to Veronica. It was crushing to hold on to letting go for 3 long months, while at the same time praying for a miracle for Ashley and constantly rallying together to support her. During those 3 months, I was doing my best to keep my children positive. I urged them to believe that the world is safe and ultimately good. I tried to convince them that they should not live in fear. After all, this crime is rare. Every parent wants their children to live happy, healthy lives and to believe that they can. And then, shortly after surviving the grief from the funeral of a child, Newtown. I feel like I had lied to my children. It was July all over again. The same feelings resurfaced for us all. We were set back in our progress. The nightmares, the being afraid to go to school or out in public places hit them hard. Just like me, they battled with feeling guilty to be feeling hurt so deep. And it hasn't stopped since then, both the setbacks and the tragic events. These emotions are normal, but my heart bleeds for them that they have to feel so much torment each time. And the pain wouldn't be as deep had their 6-year-old cousin not been taken in such a cruel way. It took a while, until late last year actually, for me and my children to give ourselves the grace to know that we deserved and needed therapy to process all of this so that the level of hurt could be lessened. But none of my children will ever look at the world in the same way that they did before 7/20, and I will never stop questioning if I am doing the best that I can as a parent. But at least I still get to be a parent to my children. That privilege was stolen from Ashley. Heather Dearman.
Thank you. Mr. Orman?
This is a victim impact statement from Rita Lambert, and she calls herself the mother of Ashley Mosier, Veronica Mosier Sullivan, and baby Mosier. Just shy of 18, my daughter Ashley told me she was pregnant. As this type of surprising news comes to any mother, I was taken aback, but was soon ecstatic knowing that I was going to be a grandmother. Ashley mostly raised Veronica by herself, and I will always say that they grew up together. In comparing their baby and toddler pictures, Veronica was the spitting image of Ashley, but where Ashley was and is more reserved, Veronica had extra energy to spare. They had such fun together, giggling at silly things, just like little girls. Ashley took her everywhere she went. I don't think she went more than 24 hours at a time without Veronica by her side. 6-year-old Veronica was always glowing with life. She wanted to try everything and asked questions constantly and made friends wherever she went. She brought such joy to our home, her grandpa's home, and anyone else's home she was in. You definitely knew Veronica was around, as her peal of laughter could be heard every so often, anywhere she went. She was so curious about things, asking thoughtful questions. You could see the look in her eye when processing the answer that she truly wanted to understand and soak up the information. She wanted to experience everything and anything, as her life was about all fun and exciting things she could do and the people she could spend time with. She had such a large personality, you could feel her energy as she walked into a room. She was smart, too. Not only good in school, but she understood adult conversations, sometimes much to our chagrin, and even asked questions that were applicable. She could also pick up on people's emotions and would be empathetic and consoling. I always thought she would be a great lawyer, though as the justification she came up with, when she made the wrong choice, were pretty amazing and well thought out. You just had to laugh at some of them, as sometimes they were pretty logical. The impact Veronica had on her parents, her grandparents, extended family and friends was huge and will always have to last us a lifetime. We will lovingly be reminded of her energy every time we see pictures of or think of her and smile. But I not only lost my daughter's daughter, but another grandchild, and a part of my child as she sits confined to a wheelchair because someone decided that their life was more important than these three most innocent and genuine children. There is a vast, open wound in my heart every time I think about Veronica, and I pray that she didn't suffer as she fell from 4 bullets ripping the life out of her. And I'm reminded every time I see my beautiful daughter Ashley sitting in her wheelchair that her life was turned completely upside down and almost lost. When that bullet lodged in her spine, she not only lost her mobility, but lost part of herself and the most important person in her life that night, Veronica. And I've cried pools of tears, still experiencing waves of anger, of sadness, and of grief at the stupidity of how all our lives were changed, and I wonder how this could be happening to us, to Ashley. She doesn't deserve a life in a wheelchair or a motherless life, and I don't deserve not being a grandmother anymore. Every single day I think of Veronica and of my unborn grandchild. My thoughts wander several times a day to Ashley and how I wish things were different and easier for her. How I pray that I could take some of Ashley's pain away, even with so much of my own. I would gladly take some of hers so she could get a moment of peace. Rita Lambert, mother of Ashley Mosier, grandmother of Veronica Mosier, and baby Mosier.
Thank you. Mr. Bruckler?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to read a victim impact statement, and I wanted to make an argument at the end of all the statements that we'd provide. But if the court would permit me to take an issue out of order only because it's recently come up and it invoked me in some way, I'd appreciate that.
Go ahead.
First off, I don't have any clue what these victims are going through, and Mr. Sullivan as well. And for that, I consider myself blessed. And I understand that there are those who are not only unhappy with the outcome, but have found reason to question perhaps how that outcome came about. I am not one of those people, and I want to make it clear here on the record that while I have never predetermined what action I would take on a speculative set of facts that have never been brought before me, what I was predetermined to do, and this was the conversation I had with Mr. Sullivan, was that I was predetermined never to question the outcome of the jury, even if it was one with which I disagreed. Had that jury come back unanimously in favor of the outcome that I pursued, I would have fully expected people to accept that verdict, and I would have rebuffed criticism of the motives that would have led the jury to that outcome. And I do the same here, even if it's the outcome that I did not think was justice. I have nothing but respect for these jurors, all of them, all the ones, and to some extent, even the alternates more so than the deliberators, for what they were asked to endure. And I've said this publicly, and I will continue to say this. They were asked to do something that no one else in this process was asked to do. They were asked to endure all of this, to take all this in, and to share it with no one. I don't know what that's like. I had these folks at the table. I had our victim advocates. I had my wife, my kids. We could talk about anything and everything. They could not. This court instructed the jury 10 times at least in the instructions that this was a matter of individual reason, moral judgment. I have every confidence that they all went into that believing and honoring those words, and that this outcome was the product of exactly that. Without taking anything away from the pain of Mr. Sullivan or the concerns that he or others may have, I just want to make it clear that as the district attorney in this jurisdiction, I do not share those thoughts.
I appreciate you saying that. There was one other thing that I would add to what we asked the jury to do that none of us had to do, and that is make the decisions that they made. You may have made arguments, both sides, but ultimately, you were not making the decision, the jury was, and only the jurors were asked to do that. So in addition to the time that we requested from them, in addition to the emotional testimony they had to hear, in addition to the graphic images they saw, in addition to all the things they endure without talking to anyone about what they were experiencing in the courtroom, not even with each other, they had to make decisions along the way that are difficult decisions to make, and especially at the very end, the very last decision. And they were the only ones in this room that were asked to do that, and they were the only ones who had to do that. And that is a difficult thing, but I very much appreciate your comments.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. This is a victim impact statement from Jim Lambert, the step-grandfather of Veronica Mosier Sullivan, and I imagine everyone remembers Veronica, but she was the 6-year-old girl that he murdered by shooting 4 times with an assault rifle. Here's a picture. No, you got that? Here is a picture of Veronica and how we still picture her in our hearts and minds. She was outgoing, smart, loving, always happy, loved to play and read. She also loved to smile and loved chocolate cake and ice cream, as well as watching SpongeBob SquarePants and Mickey Mouse. She had an amazing future ahead of her, and she was robbed of a beautiful life. We all were robbed of seeing her grow up. She was our future, the best and brightest. She wanted to be a lawyer, doctor, princess, teacher, or a rock star. She could have been any of these and more. Veronica was trusting and honest and adored her mother, grandmother, family, and friends. She always brightened the room wherever she went. She loved life, pillow fights, exploring in the woods, and her smile was brighter than the sun. She could melt anyone's heart. She melted mine. She was a major piece of all our hearts and lives, and now she is gone forever, and our lives will never be the same. Our hearts are broken and will never truly be healed. Veronica's grandmother, my wife, was very close to Veronica, and she has not been the same since this useless tragedy happened. My wife has the biggest heart out of anyone I have ever known, and now a big piece of her heart, Veronica, is gone. Veronica can never be replaced, and my wife and stepdaughter Ashley will never be the same, as will any of us. Jim Lambert, Veronica's step-grandfather.
Thank you. Mr. Edson?
Your Honor, thank you. I have a victim impact statement from John Hook, H-O-O-K, grandfather of Jesse Childress, if I may.
You may.
This victim impact statement is entitled Jesse Childress and the Traitor, T-R-A-I-T-O-R. Jesse Childress died a cyber warrior hero at the hands of a traitor. He served his country as a cyber systems operator with the 310th Space Wing, and an honored airman staff sergeant who helped fellow soldiers. The traitor killed 12 people and wounded 70 others to focus on improving his own self-worth. Jesse came from a long line of patriotic warriors. His great-grandfather served in France during World War I as a flight engineer. His grandfather was a Cold War warrior in France in the late 50s. His mother serves as an early childhood educator at Edwards Air Force Base. His 2 brothers are in the United States Army and United States Air Force. The traitor dropped out of graduate school. My first grandchild had a promising career in the Air Force and was working on a college degree with the GI Bill. He bought a townhouse in preparation for a future family. Jesse was honored as a Soldier of the Month at his base because he helped others and loved team sports. We were so proud of him. He died a hero's death when he covered his first sergeant and wife, as well as the female airmen he was training. The traitor shot Jesse in the back and destroyed our future with him. Jesse faced failure in school and sports along with many successes. He worked hard to improve himself during Army and Air Force service and overcame adversity. The traitor rejected our country that supported his education, the military who protected him, and his family who loved him by this horrendous carnage he prepared with a selfish mindset. He sacrificed Jesse Childress and 11 others needlessly. Sincerely, Grandpa John.
Thank you. Ms. Stitch McGuire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Ashley Mosier is here today in the audience, and she asked that I play a brief clip of Veronica's 3rd birthday.
You may.
Thank you.
Winning these days. Where's the chicken shape?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a statement of Ashley Mosier. Veronica. Veronica was my life and the reason I lived. It's hard to know where to begin. I loved having someone to take care of and a reason to want to get up every day and a reason to want to go to work and to go to school because I wanted to do everything I could to provide for my daughter and to work for a better future for myself and for Veronica. Not waking up to her every morning, not hearing her laugh, not hugging her, not helping her get ready for the day is incredibly hard, and it never gets any easier. I had Veronica when I was 18 years old, and we struggled financially our entire lives. We moved a lot, we didn't have a lot of money, and now I finally have a stable place to live, but it's not a home because Veronica was my home. Veronica was such a happy, positive person, and she brought so much joy into the world and brought happiness to the lives of everyone she met. You could not help but to remember Veronica, even if you only met her once. I know people won't believe me, and some people think that you only start to remember positive things about people once they die. But honestly, it's the truth. I can't even remember a single time Veronica ever complained about a single thing in her entire life. Veronica was so happy, in fact, that one time I brought her to a therapist because I thought there had to be something wrong with her because she was so excessively happy. The therapist noted that she was a child who was a little hyper and had lots of energy, but the therapist assured me that I was just very lucky because otherwise Veronica was such a happy and content child. In the months leading up to the shooting, my dad was fighting a battle with cancer. I spent many of those months leading up to the shooting taking care of my dying father. Sadly, my dad passed away on May 20th, 2012, 2 months before the shooting. My dad's funeral was the day of Veronica's kindergarten graduation. Because I was attending my father's funeral, I was not able to attend Veronica's graduation, not knowing at the time that Veronica would never have another graduation for me to attend. I'll never know what career Veronica would have chosen when she grew up, and I don't know exactly how she would have contributed to the world, but I do know that she never would have hurt anyone. and she never would have caused the type of pain that the defendant has caused to thousands. Me. After I learned that Veronica was murdered and that my unborn baby was murdered, the hardest thing for me was coming to terms with the fact that I may never be able to be a mother again. I was about to be a mother of 2 children, and now I don't know if I can ever have kids again. My heart is broken at the thought of never being a mother again. It was my entire identity. Ironically, the due date for my unborn baby was my deceased father's birthday, and I was hoping to have a baby boy and hoping to have another way to celebrate life on my father's birthday every year. That too was stolen from me by the defendant. After realizing that I would never be a mother again, the next hardest thing was finding out that I was a quadriplegic and that I might never be able to move my arms or legs again. I spent 6 months at hospitals and at Craig Rehabilitation Center, drowning in the grief of Veronica's murder and my unborn baby's murder, and I also had to figure out a way to regain my physical strength in the process. We had to postpone Veronica's funeral for several months because I was not physically strong enough to even sit up long enough in a wheelchair to attend the funeral. It's an awful feeling to know that you are not physically strong enough to bury your little girl. Because of my paralysis, the months of rehabilitation were incredibly hard. I had to relearn how to do everything, from the normal tasks like brushing my teeth, to combing my hair, to eating, to feeding myself. And then I had to learn new things, like learning how to transform myself from a wheelchair to a bed at night by myself. It was almost a year after the shooting before I could do that by myself. And to this day, I have to have someone spot me while I do the transfer so I don't fall on the ground with no one to help me. Also, when you're paralyzed, it completely strips away your independence, and it completely is demoralizing and embarrassing in several respects. For 1 year, I had an external urine bag, exposing my urine to the world at all times. Since then, I had a surgery that allows me to self-catheterize myself, but this device, called a stoma, leaks all the time, and because of the leaking, I have urine on my clothes daily. During the surgery, they used part of my intestines to create a pathway for the opening for the stoma, and because of that, I constantly get urinary tract infections, and because I'm paralyzed, I cannot tell from the pain that the infections are getting really bad, and I constantly end up back in the hospital from these infections. In fact, I was just back in the hospital last week. One of the most embarrassing things about being paralyzed is that I need to have a nurse or someone stimulate my anus manually in order to relieve my bowels every morning. I have to have someone bathe my genitals. I have to ask to have my legs shaved. Being stripped of your privacy and dignity in these ways is something no one should ever have to experience. It takes 3 hours every morning with my CNA to do my bowel program, shower, and get dressed just to leave the house. It's extremely hard to make morning appointments, making things like getting to court in the morning to attend trial extremely difficult because of this 3-hour routine I have each and every morning. Luckily, after years of hard work and physical therapy, I was able to regain the use of my arms. However, I still don't have control of my stomach muscles, so when I drop things, it's generally impossible for me to get them, and I can't even do simple tasks like putting my hair in a ponytail because I simply don't have the core strength to keep my body upright. Also, I have extreme nerve pain in my legs. It doesn't seem fair that I am paralyzed and yet also have to be in physical pain every day. The only time the pain subsides is when I go swimming. The grief and the trauma alone make it really hard for me to want to get up every morning, especially knowing that I have a 3-hour routine, and that makes it more difficult. And because I always need help, I don't get to be alone when I want to be alone. A 28-year-old woman should get to be alone in the morning if she wants to be. Also, There are many things that I used to love to do that I don't get to do anymore. I grew up as a ballerina. I loved to dance, and that was taken away from me by the defendant. I also used to love to go to outdoor festivals with Veronica. Not only can I not go to them anymore, but it's extremely difficult to navigate through groups of people in a wheelchair when I do decide to go anywhere. One of the hardest things is that it's so hard for me to be around children now. Because of this, I avoid children in my own family, and I haven't seen my little cousins or been able to participate in many family functions because it's too hard for me to be around little kids. I feel guilty about this, and it eats me up inside, but I just know that it's something I can't do at this time. After I left the hospital 6 months after the shooting, I was having a lot of memory issues. Craig Hospital had me come back to test me for brain injuries. Because of the shooting, I have cognitive issues that I never had before. The hospital staff believe that I sustained the injuries during the time I was unconscious after the shooting when my brain was deprived of oxygen. I have trouble concentrating and focusing. Adult Protective Services was so concerned about me that they tried to put me in a senior living center. I had to prove to them that I had enough family and friends with me at all times so that they did not place me in a home for invalids and strip me of the little independence I had left. I was on a summer break from school during July 20th of 2012. I was supposed to start LPN or licensed practical nurse school in August of 2012. Because of my injuries, I could not go to school. I tried to go back to school and regain my life too early during the fall of 2013. However, it was too hard for me physically, emotionally, and intellectually at the time. I thought the reason I had a hard time focusing in school was because I was on so much pain medicine for the nerve pain in my legs. So I fought long and hard to stop taking pain medicine in the hopes that it would make concentrating in school easier. It turned out, however, that it was the cognitive issues from the shooting that was making school much harder for me. I used to be a straight A student. Now, it takes me 5 times as long to study and retain information for school. Your Honor, for me, the only thing that would have even come close to getting justice for Veronica would have been if the defendant would have been sentenced to the death penalty, or if he could have been forced to live as a quadriplegic, a sentence he gave to me and Stefan and Caleb, or if the defendant could have been shot 4 times, like he shot Veronica. I know that Your Honor cannot sentence the defendant to those things, but I would ask you to think about how the defendant has altered the course of the lives of thousands by his evil, selfish actions, and sentence him to the maximum possible penalty you can under the law. Thank you very much, Ashley Mosier.
All right, thank you. It's 5 after 5, so let's go ahead and adjourn. In terms of the, for scheduling purposes, Ms. Titch McGuire, approximately how many more folks are you anticipating wishing to address the court?
I think we have approximately 40 more, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll plan for all day tomorrow, and then we'll probably have counsel's comments on Wednesday, and then my sentence on Wednesday as well. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else at this time on behalf of the people before we break for the day? No, Mr. Brockler? No? Mr. King? No. All right, the court will be in recess. Thank you.